to continue our dare drop stuff. Yeah, it's all fine. To continue our dare drop stuff, for those who don't know what's going on with that, we are earning keys to give out to the community for the full game of Farming Simulator 25 plus the Next At DLC, which is if you wanted an overpriced, overcomplicated, but also kind of amazing piece of technology that almost no one uses in real life because it's a behemoth. It is a really expensive behemoth, but is pretty cool. Pretty cool. That's what you get. It's a very endgame tractor. Well, tractor, I don't know what you'd call it. A very endgame abomination. It's basically this giant bar that you just does your fields. It's ridiculous. It's kind of cool. But the objectives we got left is making $1 million using production chains. I did get clarification from Dare Drop that basically, as long as you make $1 million and you show that your production chains are working, that's good enough for them because there's no measure in the game to see that you made $1 million specifically from production chains. The second one is to make $1 million that you are playing with someone else. My plan is to get us to pretty close to $1 million, and then we're going to play some more with Ultrasaurus, pop it into our farm, and have another collab stream, and cross that $1 million line. Because that's what we're going to do. And I need to get some music started before I forget. We'll hit that. But also with that, then we need to get 20 of every animal. I got clarification on the 20 of every animal. Here, we can just even show it. I don't need to go in here and go animals, you know, get that cow and that cow and that cow and that cow. I just need 20 of, like 20 cumulatively of anything under these 5 tabs. So 20 cows, 20 pigs, 20 sheep, 20 horses, 20 chickens. We already have 251 chickens, so we're good there. So that'll be relatively easy once we get some money set aside. And yeah, so that'll be straightforward. And it's not a combine. Like, it serves some of the function of the combine. I just checked to see if anything changed. Yeah, so the next the machine we have to get is this abomination. And I say this in, it's actually kind of cool. But it's this monstrosity of a vehicle. And the idea is this whole gap here, you can put a header on it. And so it's kind of like if that was the front of your tractor, and it can drive both this way and this way. It like rotates everything. So imagine like that's the front of your tractor where you'd have your power, but the entire width. So you could do some pretty ridiculous things. So you got here like, this is a cultivator that would go in that gap. We've got the disc harrower. You've got a harvest. You got both types of harvester headers for like the regular like combine harvester header, and then like the one for like corn and all that. You've got, so that's the things for storing stuff. You've got like a sprayer. It basically can do just about everything you can possibly need on a field in one machine. And that's really cool, except for you don't give up one kidney, you give up both kidneys. And if you've ever played RimWorld, you know you cannot give up both kidneys. So in the meantime, we've been hoping that would go on sale. I completely forgot what we were working on. Oh, right. Yes, so what we did last time. So last stream, we did get our this trailer. That's the word. We got our trailer for our truck to be able to load up our eggs. We did get, I believe we got the chickens I'm pretty sure we got the chickens themselves last stream. So if we go over to our chickens, you can see I got a pallet and a sixth of a pallet of eggs. And I got a bunch of chickens in here. They're going to slowly work their population up to, I think 350 is what fits in there. That's the largest one. We have not been using the grain anymore for selling. Instead, we're giving those to the chickens. The chickens, we sell the eggs in November, if I remember correctly. Do I have a debt? Okay, so I have a tiny bit of debt. Yeah, so we look at the eggs here real fast. They'll be down here somewhere. There. Yeah, so the eggs, yeah, it looks like November is the best time to sell it, and June is not a bad one if I start overstocking. But yeah, we've got all that going. We've got our we got our mushroom greenhouse and our fruits and veggies greenhouse. And we got all that. We also got our thing for putting down fertilizer and lime last stream. So we're doing really good on a lot of stuff. A lot of stuff is all coming along. The money we're making per in-game month has been going up and up. And I like making more money. That said, we are sleeping a lot because we still only have one field. And I'm trying to not just churn out doing the same contract over and over and over and over again. So we're getting a little bit more of a passive income. So the things we're really hoping for is the dream would be that main Nexat machine. Oh, I just got an achievement for chickens. Oh, that must mean we got our new baby chickens in. Yep, so we just got 109 brand new baby chickens. I will most likely need to buy chicken feed, by the way. I have a very, very strong sneaking suspicion that my little field of barley over there is not quite going to cut it for keeping those chickens happy. And we can repay a bit of that loan. All right, so we harvest the barley here in June. So we don't have a lot to do with that field. We'll just check the contracts, check that kind of stuff in the meantime. But what we're hoping for is the next ad to come out, like to have one used show up, because if we can do that, that would save us like $300,000. I would take a real generous loan to make that happen, because that would get us started. We could buy a header for it, or even if we have to just lease a header for it. Okay, so it looks like the water is running out on the trailer. So let's go top off the water. I also need to take a take the time to take a peek at our trailer we got sitting there with all the barley, because that's going to run out soon, and I'm going to have to buy feed. I think we'll still make good money with the feed purchase, because it'll only be like a small percentage of what I need to feed them will be purchased feed. That's interesting. It was acting as if it was out of water. It's fine. I do know the farmland I want to buy next, as far as actual farmland, if I can, is this giant field down here. Not even because it's necessarily like the most logical field. It is pretty important because right now this is proving to be a real big pain to refill my greenhouses, because of just, you know, if I try and drive straight over it, we beach the trailer, and I can't smooth out that ledge anymore because it's not my land. Once we go to that edge, it'd be good to get that sorted. And I already checked you. We can pay down the loan. And the thing I have to watch is, most likely, when it comes to the chickens, I will most likely need to empty it out multiple times before it's actually time to sell it. That the sell point or whatever, or the collection point for the eggs, will start to kind of backfill. Actually, what is the storage capacity of that? Can I see that? Oh, we're already at over halfway. Yeah, so I'm going to get to the point where I'm probably going to be emptying that thing out like every other month, which is not unusual. That's the same thing when you set up the bakery. You load up all the flour and you drop it in there, and it's like literally every day you just got to pick up the 2 or 3 pallets of bread. You want to snuggle the chickens? They are adorable chickens who are making me money. Also, please, stop trying to go into 4th gear, transmission. You're going what? There we go. 1st gear. No, don't go to 2nd gear. You're at 1 mile an hour. Gonna have to put into manual transmission because it's struggling, because it keeps trying to jump up to like 3rd, 4th gear. Because normally I don't struggle nearly this much to drive back and forth. Stop trying to go into 4th gear. Oh, they borrowed some code. Usually when this kind of thing happens, I didn't run into it so much in in Farm Sim 25. I used to run into this all the time in Farm Sim 22, that if you had too heavy of a load, it would just get, like, it would go to 1st gear, it would start to get in the high end of 1st gear, it goes 2nd gear, and that didn't have enough torque to pull the load, so it'd slow down and switch back to 1st gear. So your vehicle just kind of go in these, like, fits. And you're kind of like, stay in 1st gear. Just stay in 1st gear. Like, very clearly, you're not set up for this. Just stay in 1st gear, and it'll be okay. Alright. Which you can actually set it to do a manual transmission. It's one of those things I don't want to deal with too much. Like, it's fine. It's those rare cases like that where it's like, oh yeah, this would be really helpful. In real life, the computers in your transmissions are usually smart enough that you can put them, like, in a load gear or whatever, and it won't do that. Or a load setting or whatever. Because it basically you're going out of your way to say, hey, I'm going to be hauling some heavy stuff, so, like, don't switch until I'm getting pretty high up there, to make sure I can actually, like, the vehicle can handle being in the next higher gear with the load I'm dragging. Oh, we can put the thing back here. Yeah, because, like, in one day, it looks like we managed to get 2 or 3. Alright. Hey, Bass, how's it going? Cool, so we got that. You are still depleting this. Is there any contracts I can't live without? Not really. I wasn't expecting much for February. But that's good. So we got our greenhouses topped off. We'll just make it a thing now where we wake up, we pick up any of the egg cartons that are ready, check the contracts, check the store, get our routine, make our money. Okay. They really want to push me in that direction. I'm not going to, because it doesn't serve my purpose. Alright. So I've got some contracts here, but is there anything I want? Doesn't look like it. We can pay down our debt. One more payment and our debt will be cleared. Pick up our next 2 things of eggs. And I know we just filled up our greenhouse, so I don't have to worry about that. We'll also need to check. I didn't check it yesterday. We need to check on the feed. I am fully expecting that barley to fall short. Because before we got those 100 or so chicken extra, we were already burning through. Yeah, so, like, their food's almost gone. And we're now debt-free. Any contracts that we care about? Nope. Okay. I see. So it appeared the thing where if I leave a trailer nearby, that whatever needs the stuff will automatically pull from the trailer as long as I set it to start pulling. It doesn't appear that still, like, that continues between play sessions. Where's the sweet spot? Give me my prompt. It was saying you were low on food. Are you actually low on food, or are you lying to me? Yeah, no, you are low on food. We'll just circle around and do it. Yeah, considering I have 2 in-game months until I can harvest my barley again, I'm buying feed. Which does mean in the short term I am going to need to... Why are you being this way? Yeah, you're acknowledging that you're basically just about out of food. I kind of wish some of these spots, like where you drop off the feed and all that, were far more generous. Because sometimes you like go back and forth being like, alright, where's the sweet spot? Like, it's one of the sheep pens, I remember. Alright, that didn't trigger for it. It's one of the sheep pen, I remember, like, getting the water line up. It's just like this tiny little spot, and you have to like perfectly get the container there. So it ends up being a lot of finagling back and forth. It's one of the reasons why I honestly want to wait till I can get the one that doesn't need water. Okay, I'm driving like right up against it. We tried to go a little distance. There we go. We got the sweet spot. Okay, so I need animal feed. Okay. How much is animal feed and how much do I buy it by? Oh, I probably want to go to the animal... Well, where was it? Yeah, it's all those. Bags. Yeah, so it need to be bags of wheat or oats. So the oats are cheaper. Let's double check. I'm pretty sure chickens can eat the oats. But I'm also not super sure, so let's just double check that, because it would be real bad to buy them, spend a bunch of money, and then realize I got the wrong thing. So we go down to the animals, go to the chickens. They do not eat oats, for the record. They can eat wheat, they cannot eat oats. Just double checking. Yeah, they don't have feed or anything here. Alright, so what we need to do is go here, grab bag, wheat. I'll get 2 things of wheat, which I'm sure I'm going to hate. Alright, so the lesson here is I need more farm space. I have insufficient grains. Now, one thing that could work for us is taking the time to go out of our way when we see contracts for wheat, sorghum, or barley come up, that we grab those contracts to take whatever spare is for the chickens as well. But yeah, we're definitely in a situation where I need another field. Our current field is woefully inadequate for 350 chickens. Which we kind of figured. I had mentioned that previously, that was most likely going to be the case. But considering this is $3,000, and it bought me only 2,000 liters of wheat, we definitely don't want to be buying that feed. That is definitely not economically sustainable. But that should be enough. You're just a hair below full. That should be enough to cover us till I get the next round of barley up. Ready the contract show up that we wanted? Not really. It's not even a money issue so much as it's cutting into our margins so much that we're best off trying to save up and buy a plot of land. I still want to get the next at more, but in the result that, like, because the next at would help me manage the fields faster. But if we have to buy a field, we have to buy a field. So if we look at our nearby plots of land we could buy. Oh my god, you're $500,000. Ah, because you include all those trees and stuff over there. I mean, I still want it, but realistically, we're buying that one for $85,000. Because then we can combine those, and that'll have to do. Yeah, so $85,000 is what our cost is for getting our second field. You don't have any amazing contracts right now. My debts are paid. You're running fine. The chickens have already burnt. The chickens are burning through a little over 2,000 food a day now. And those other chickens aren't adult chickens yet. So that's great. So that means every single day they're burning through about 3,000 if I buy it as opposed to sell it. $3,000 worth of wheat. Cool, man. But hey, I mean, I hear the price of eggs is pretty high. The price of eggs will make up for it, right? We're just gonna charge like $7 an egg or something like that. Alright, nothing to really add on that. Maybe we don't see the next at before we get to the planting time for the field next to mine. We buy the other field, and I'll buy the tiniest little plow to just connect the two fields to make them into one bigger field. I think that's what we'll do. Okay, nothing new here. How you doing on your feed? Oh my god, you're eating so much. Chickens, I need you to not eat as much. My wallet can't handle it. Oh, good. The good news is it is time to harvest the field. Alright. So with this, I want to repair stuff so we get the maximum yield. And it does appear that repair is still bugged. So we are getting repairs for free. The person saw my economic situation and the army of animals I'm responsible for and said that in good conscience they couldn't let the animals go hungry. Little did they realize that was my plan the whole time. You love this map and that you earned this? Oh yeah, like the slow growing and all that? Yeah, no, this is actually easier than the settings I normally run. I normally run what's called the Survivor Man Challenge. Or if not that, 0 to Hero. And I usually disallow myself from loans and leases and all that. We haven't been going that hard. Alright, so AI start taking over that. You, on the other hand, I need you to get this trailer ready to start collecting all the stuff when they're ready. But yeah, so we used to... I mean, not we used to. Normally, I'll sit there and do like these really sweaty try-hard challenges where you start with $0, a chainsaw, and a dream. No loans or leases. And you do have to give yourself a free plot of land when you do those challenges because the game just doesn't function without it. You physically can't earn money. But the idea is to start with the absolute bare minimum to make any money at all in hard economy settings. But we're not doing that right now. With the dare drop, they did stipulate that we run it on normal economic difficulty and that we cannot start with like free loans or whatever. I tell you where that money is if you would want to hear it. Really started to feeling the pain that much money activity made you while playing this. Oh no, I know lots of tricks to get money. Like for people who want dirty tricks to get money, right now with the bug, I can buy that for 154. Because repairs are free, you can repair it and then sell it back, and I will make about 56% of my investment back on top of it. So I will sell it for like about 210 or something like that. So that's instant cash. Obviously not meant to be that way, hence me mentioning it's a bug. Another good way you can make basically free money is if we go down to here. All the generators here, you plunk them down, and once you put it down, from then on, it makes you money. Most of them take roughly 10 months to pay themselves off, but they make you money forever, and there's no time you have to like replace it or anything. To a lesser degree, stuff like greenhouses. Yeah, like the greenhouses, they're not quite as passive income as the generators, which is part of why I'm okay with them versus the generators. I usually, outside of doing something like to knock out a dare drop super fast or whatever, I do have a policy that I don't do the generators, but like the greenhouses, I see them as kind of like an acceptable medium ground, where you do have to top off the water periodically. I'm gonna just take this over because I don't have something else for me to be working on. Actually, buying on sale, selling after repay and repair is like being an entrepreneur. It would be like I made the comment that I would actually be okay with it being a thing in the game, that you could buy the used farm equipment and that one of the things you could do is repair it, but not like just where you walk but say repair, do that, okay, now sell it back and you make money. But like you'd have the thing where it's like, oh, it's got a shot drivetrain, and so your character would have to, go in there and you'd have to like pull the drivetrain, you'd spend, $200 on the part or whatever, shove the new one in there, and then you could sell it back and, invest $200 plus your time and make yourself like an extra $500, $600, $700, $800 profit or whatever. Yeah, but this is under click, like, it should have taken years or months to sell or something. Like, yeah, no, in real life, you'd also buy it and you'd be like, because you could buy it where someone's a motivated seller. They got a piece of junk, it's laying on their property, it needs some serious TLC. They're like, they just bought their new equipment because they're like, man, this thing's not good anymore. And you're going to go and patch it up and clean it up, and you're going to put up sale for what its actual value is. Realistically, it's probably going to sit for a little while till you find a motivated buyer, if you're trying to get the proper price. If you undercut it, you might get it sooner, but then your chance of making a reasonable profit drop tremendously. The one I want to see for economics changes, I've talked about it. It would be nice to have dynamic pricing. And what I mean by that is right now it's just like an RNG thing where the prices fluctuate. It would be kind of fun to have the game where as you get farther and farther into it, like, all the different players playing, not that there'd be like some true behind the scenes supply and demand mechanic, but just the game would just have people report in that's like, hey, everyone's selling wheat. Like, wheat is the thing that everyone's selling. Everyone's selling wheat. And so what would happen is wheat, as far as how much you'd get, would have a little bit of a reduction in price just each in-game day or whatever as more and more people are selling that one. So it's slowly lowering the price. And you'd have limits on it so it doesn't just make the game super terrible or whatever. But, just make it so those things that, like, if everyone's growing the same crop, that crop starts to get devalued. And the reason I want that more is not even about the devaluing of stuff. there's a lot of the crops that are more involved. People don't tend to farm in the game at all. So stuff like the potatoes, the sugar beets, the olives, the grapes, sugar cane. Not very many people grow those in the game more than to do it like one time to be like, I did it, and then they stop doing it. And in a lot of cases, we did the math when Farm Sim 25 first dropped of like, you know, per acreage, which crop was the best profit. So like your investment of like fuel, fertilizer, all that kind of stuff versus, you know, and repairs and all that, and all whatnot, versus the output of what did I actually get money-wise selling at like the proper time and all that. And we found the grapes and the olives were like the absolute worst crops in the game, just hands down. That's not even talking about initial investment, because they are also fairly expensive to get started crops too. And so it's just kind of one of those things that you're like, okay, hang on. So one of the most laborious crops, that's the biggest pain to deal with, pays the worst. Make it make sense. So it's been one of those things. I'd love that. So a bunch of those specialty crops that are more of a hassle to deal with would become a little bit more lucrative. I'm gonna go ahead and shift that down so it's not covering our timer and all that. Up. All right. Needless to say, we're gonna have ourselves at least 4 days of subathon. Because even if we assume the next couple streams end up being around like 12 to 13 hours, we'll at least start that last stream. I killed just tiniest bit of my barley. All right. But yeah, that focuses too much on mathematics calculation. Yeah. Buying fields is the #1 investment in that game because the crops are huge and unrealistic. Let's see. Buying the fields is the #1 investment in this game. I mean, they can be. They're definitely a significant investment. Like, I would definitely say there's a juggle between the buying the fields as an investment and the upgrading your equipment as an investment. Because you can get like the tiniest little equipment and technically be able to produce the stuff. And as far as like in-game time, that works out really well. But in real life hours, there's definitely a point where you're like, no. Spending the money to get this thing, while technically per harvest I'm getting a lower profit margin, in human hours I'm getting a much better profit per hour. Yeah, because there's like a 100 hectare machines all right to that size of farm. Oh yeah. Well, that's the new one of the ones that were supposed to show off for the dare drop is this monstrosity. This thing is a behemoth. It's cool. I don't think it's practical. But you get that and you put a header on it and you're $1 million under already. Let alone doing much with it. But at the same time, like, every header on it's like 14 plus meters. So a field like this is like 2 passes on that machine. That thing looks like you're driving a chainsaw. When you put the seeder and like the thing on top, it looks like a Xerox machine. Or not Xerox machine, a laminator. It very genuinely looks like you're just gonna put a paper in one side, it's gonna come out with the plastic on the other. Except you ride it across the field and all the crops disappear into it or whatever. The thing is running 24/7 on a big farm in real life. Yeah, no, we had discussion. Apparently, from what I was hearing, there's only like 10 of those machines operating in the world, period. Something like that, like 10, 11 of them. It's just one of those machines that has such a Like, for being able to do literally everything on a farm that's needed doing kind of thing, it also is kind of very specific on where you would consider using it. That there are advantages of it, but it's very, very specific, so that most situations you're like, yeah, I'll just use a big tractor instead in a combine, as opposed to this like giant monstrosity of a machine. All right. So like I said, once it comes time to planting, if we haven't already had the Nexat show up, I'm going to buy the smaller field next to us that's like 80,000, because we have demonstrated that our chickens, they demand more food. They have seen our offerings and they found them wanting. That's amazing functionality, but the maintenance cost is out of Farmer's World. I honestly, so that's the catch-22 with those. You could see on one hand the maintenance being less of a hassle while more expensive per machine. It's the one machine that does literally everything, could potentially save you money. On the other hand, with how low number of units out there are, you wouldn't have a lot of leverage on a lot of those different things of having availability of parts and yada yada yada, that it can very easily be super cost prohibitive. But on the other hand, when you look at a farm and you might have like your big tractor, your combines, your various other vehicles to tow along your like trailers and all that, bunch of trucks and a bunch of all these different headers and pieces of equipment, that there's potentially some room for savings there as well, just by having a lot fewer things. Because in the meantime, all those pieces of equipment that aren't being used just sit around until it's time for them to be used. They still need to be maintained the whole time, which I guess is still true of the headers of that monstrosity. It's a vehicle I look at, and it's kind of like, you're neat from like an academic, inventor, researcher side of things. You're neat. You are a neat piece of technology. From a practicality standpoint, though, I do feel like you're better served not having it. Now, the idea could be that in 2, 3, 4, 5 generations of that machine, or however many generations, as like it's really, really fleshed out and they start, making it more efficient, that eventually the benefits far exceed the negatives. Bring the repair cost down, bring the operating cost down. All that. They could drive around and not just get backed up? Yep. As a Farm Sim 25, they'll switch lanes. You could even troll them with it, too. Oh, you guys can be ran remotely? Can it be ran remotely? I hadn't heard that yet. I mean, honestly, with as much as it is, being able to remote control it would not be a big surprise as like an extra feature. Oh, you just checked out the real deal? Gotcha. Yeah, no one surprised me that you could remote it or program it or anything like that. I mean, when you've dropped $1 million+ on getting this giant monstrosity of a machine that can do everything around your farm, being able to like kind of throw some code at it to begin with. Alright, I go far enough up there. Like, that is kind of the neat thing of how much equipment is moving that way. And so we may never teach that point, though, since there are no incentives, you improve so far, and indeed more positives than negative. You'd be stuck in established technology now. Yeah, no, that's some technologies never do break even where it's like, okay, now it makes sense. Yeah, no, that's that machine is definitely one for like giant commercial farms. Like the mega farms would be the customer there. Hey, Invasive X, good to see you. That's our time. Every time you see someone it says that the future of farming is humanoid robots doing it by hand. That's a weird take. I would much more expect to see program slash RC slash, you know, basically drone style tractors or something like that, where, you know, you have someone who programs the tractors in and they just do their thing. There's a lot of stuff they got to figure out to get to that point. And even then, you're still going to have people overseeing the whole operation. And that said, it would still be a reduction of workforce. You'd expect weird short machines with bunches of hands. So there's some crops that are difficult to deal with, but most of the crops you're going to end up getting in your stores, so far as like actual food you buy, the vast majority of time are going to be stuff that they can scale up really well, which means a machine they can just kind of drive along and go through and like puts down the seed, can plow the field, can harvest it, and as like with as little human involvement as possible, because that's one of your main expenses is simply labor. So you should someone much smarter has come up with this idea, but has there ever been discussion somewhere about training farmers in coding and robotics? Yes. It has been met with very mixed response, that there are some people who engage with it very well, and that there's some people who... It's one of those things that a lot of people who go into farming, they don't really go into farming with the intent of, like... It's people who want to work with their hands a lot of times, and they want to be, like, you know, closer to nature, whatever you want to call it. There's certainly people who want to do it just because it's money. And there's definitely people who are smarter about it and all that. But... when it came, because it was more coal miners that as the industry started losing momentum, a bunch of programs came out to be like, hey, we can help reskill you. Like this knowing how to mine coal isn't a portable skill. We have a reduced demand for miners in general. And we will pay for your training to get you into coding or manufacturing or whatever. And it's unfortunately a lot of people that's like, no, you know, my daddy was a miner, their daddy was a miner, I'm a miner, I want to mine. And fair enough. And there are people who it's like, that was just the job they got stuck with, and they jump at the opportunity. Your father-in-law was a coal miner and hated the idea of retraining? Yep. There was a lot of people that, like, again, it's kind of their family identity that, you know, their family did this thing, and that's what their family does. And it kind of sucks, but at the same time, it's like, all right, but like that industry's going away, like, as we know it, and all that. But you do have people who embrace it. He's really angry about people getting people to work on solar and wind farms. Yep. There are people who, as technology changes, they just... this thing. Let's see, you have an idea to combine together every map that is from a certain part of the world, example. Every European map combined together on server that runs 24/7. Oh, yeah. I mean, so the problem with that is just the way farm sim. You'd have to like massively overhaul a lot of how the engine works. There are hard limits on a lot of the stuff and like how big your map can be and all that kind of things. And they're there for good reason, for the record. that as you scale it up more and more and more, you're going to have more and more performance issues and desync issues. And while desync is mostly not a big deal in Farm Sim, you know, as you start getting, that'd be rough. I think someone that works with their hand to get behind a desk is pretty polarizing. Ask, yeah. Well, that's just kind of the thing. That's kind of the thing we're running into a lot of stuff. Is a lot of the jobs people want to do because they have a passion for it and all that are going away because they're being automated. And oh, for the Dead Zone, you get in tomorrow? Congrats. Look forward to having you not be stuck in the Dead Zone anymore. But so stuff like art is getting automated with generative AI poorly. Writing is getting automated with generative AI poorly. You have a lot of your physical things like manufacturing and farming, and a whole lot of that has levels of automation showing up. And these are jobs that there's a lot of people who love their work and all that. And it's just there's not a new thing showing up, but the jobs that are still sticking around, a lot of them are very much the kind of jobs that are the jobs that you interact with customers a lot. Those tend to do a little bit better because AI is terrible at it. And it was just kind of those things that you get into with a lot of that kind of stuff. Well, that's convenient, because I mentioned I want to buy that field, and I just need a little plow to deal with it, and there's a little plow. Alright. So, still crap harvesting contracts. You got an email at work for a company wanting to get business AI generated emails? You delete it? Yeah. Yup. Okay, so it is harvest day. Or not harvest, I'm sorry. It is time to plant the next season's barley. There's no ray tracing technology in farming. It's a huge minus. Low key, I haven't seen ray tracing that impresses me. I feel like a lot of people get caught up of everything being like super highest fidelity, whatever. I'd rather the games run well. And generally speaking, every single game I have seen that puts a focus on ray tracing has been the exact kind of games that stutter and all that as you play them. So I don't mind the lack of ray tracing. Alright, so we got lots of field ready to harvest if those contracts pop up. That'll work out alright. So what we can do here is I'm going to need to take money because I have a field I need to buy. But I'm also someone who, like, I don't need amazing graphics. Raise his hand, what's ray tracing? Ray tracing is a method of rendering. So generally speaking, when you're talking rendering outside of ray tracing, usually you'll have like an ambient light that goes up here, and effectively the light is shined down, and it's basically just guessing a percentage or whatever of what amount of light would be there, and then they would then calculate shadows and all that after the fact, doing that. Ray tracing is a technology that's a little bit weird that kind of takes your perspective and it bounces light out and it does a bunch of calculations of them bouncing back. In a lot of ways, it can give you a lot more realistic presentation of the lighting. But computationally, it is god-awfully expensive to calculate, which is why it's been a thing going on. I personally, even with ray tracing, like, you look at the shadows here, this is not ray traced. That's fine to me. I don't care. What's a game, example of a game with or without ray tracing? Ooh, bring up some of the earlier, like the newer AAA games will be mostly ray traced. Plus, if they were to go and move this to ray tracing, your system requirements of the game would go astronomically higher. And then on top of that, that's going to be a lot of dev time they're dedicating to implementing ray tracing that has nothing to do with the actual gameplay of the game. So it's like really, really something I don't care about. All right, Basset, you have a good one. I mean, I don't have a problem with the game having ray tracing. It's not like, oh no, that game has ray tracing, I'm not gonna play it. It's just one of those things that I'm not someone who graphics are a primary motivator for me. Like, I want the graphics to not be utter potato. And for the record, I don't consider pixel art potato either. I want your graphics to not be just straight up bad. But otherwise, I honestly would wish a lot more companies would put a lot less investment on the graphics side of things, and a lot more investment on, does the game run smoothly? Is the gameplay fun? What is the balance of the game? Add more functionality to the game. You just bought a new card? You need all ray traced and frames generated? Yeah, no, it's definitely leaning more towards high-end games than not. Alright, so we've got that one doing the cultivating. I'm getting this field harvested real fast for the sorghum that was planted here. You have one 1080 Ti. You've never seen ray tracing except through Twitch. Yeah. When I remember... So I used to do 3D graphics animation towards the end of high school, early college, as part of an extracurricular program I was in at the time. And I remember actually we had ray tracing back in those times. But you'd set up like a mirror with ray tracing, and you go, all right, I want to render this like 30-second animation. And it would go, okay, that's only going to take you 72 hours. And then you go, okay, never mind. What if we just use regular light? Oh, yeah, it's going to take you like 8 minutes. And so with the two of those, you'd compare them at the end. You're like, the ray tracing doesn't even look that much better. It still has problems. And granted, that technology's come a very long way since that point, both in efficiency and quality. But like, for what we're looking at here, you're not going to appreciably see a difference in ray tracing. Not really. You'll have like minor improvements of lighting on the actual vehicle. But that's gonna be about it. Let's see. Yeah, right now, that should be able, but not setting back every player. Like, ray tracing is available, but not needed to run. Well, right, but that means you're effectively taking the time to implement two entirely different rendering systems in your game, which does mean you've taken one of the most time-consuming parts of development of your game, which is all your like graphics and rendering and all that when you're doing an engine that isn't, a prefab kind of thing, and you've practically doubled it. It's something you could do, but for all intents and purposes, the way to think of it is like this. We could do the ray tracing, we could add this to this game, but most likely it would cost us like the deformable terrain, the water physics, likely the being able to like flood the fit fields, the little bob and all that in the vehicle. It would cost us a lot of dev time to implement that for what to me is a very nuanced improvement that does not affect the core gameplay in any way. I think it's fine that some games, like, it's fine to have it, but it's one of those things you always have to consider. You've got X number of dev hours to put into anything. Where do you want to allocate those dev hours? And to me, ray tracing, like, doesn't fall very high in that list. Is it resaturization that's the older technology? Oh, there's a bunch of different techs. There's a bunch of different strategies, all depending on what you're doing. And that's not my area of expertise, so I couldn't go into all the details in that one. But there's a bunch of different ones. And a lot of it has to deal with like where the light is emanating from and how it calculates your shadows. The older technologies, mostly what they did is they said, the light's here. Okay, light up everything evenly. All right, now go through. Okay, well, the light would be blocked by this thing. Do some calculation and put a shadow there. And especially the problem is once you start getting more than one light in, that's when you start really noticing the weaknesses of the old method. Polygon projection and compositing. Yeah, they also do that one as well, where they'll have like the actual surfaces will do a calculation based on what lights are there and is there something between me and my light. But there's a bunch of different strategies with their pros and cons, and ray tracing is just one of them. Ray tracing is just the most it comes up with the most realistic results, so the highest quality of the results you can get usually, but it's also the computationally heaviest, which means you need a beefier computer. Am I one of the devs of the game? I am not a dev of this game, no. I have over 15 years of software development experience, but I do not work for Giants. I am a Giants partner in that I have worked with the devs, but not in a developer capacity. More as a content creator kind of thing. But I got over 15 years in software development. It's just one of those things you realize, ultimately you have a limited resource that is your developers and your artists or whatever. And every time you add a feature, I'm saying, okay, of my pool of resources, I'm taking this much out of it for that feature. Which features are the ones you want to focus on? Yeah, you can push the window out when you release, but if you do that thing, you just never release because you're always adding features. We call that feature creep. Software developer since 15? Software developer for over 15 years, as in I have 15 years professional experience in software development. The photon casting would be set up, but in the industry and marketing, everything captured with ray tracing today. Yeah, no, it's the buzzword. It's not a bad technology, to be clear. It's just there's a cost. Well, yeah, no, there's been a little bit of a gap since I've been doing dev. Yeah, so for me, it's one of the reasons. So like, I buy almost no AAA games. And part of the reason I almost never buy AAA games is half the time when it comes to the gameplay side of it and the balance and all that, to me, they fall very short. And a big part of that is because there's such a hyper focus on making sure like the graphics are like as lifelike as possible. And for me, like, hey, take these graphics down like 10%, and suddenly you've freed up like a third of your dev schedule. Make your game not suck. Then worry about the graphics. You're doing a free code camp as starting your journey with programming. Have you heard of some opinions on free code camp? Are you talking a specific thing called free code camp, or are you talking about a code camp that happens to be free? As far as like free code camp as a brand, I could certainly find people who could probably tell you the inner workings of that business. I probably won't, though, because that would start creeping into NDA parts. But code camps are fine. All the learning strategies in software development have their pros and cons. So for me, a big part of mine was self-taught, but I also did have part that I learned in college. But realistically, I spent most of my learning self-learning. There is stuff like you've got your websites that offer paid courses. So you got like your LinkedIn Learning, you've got Pluralsight, you've got was it Courseware? Is Courseware the name? There's a bunch of them. But so with all that stuff, and I imagine a bunch of the other ones, then you've got like your coding camp, your programming boot camps, which are usually much shorter things that you spend a weekend, a week, whatever, and they walk you through a technology and they're going to give you the basics to get going. And again, pros and cons with all of it. All of them can be totally fine. Let's see, you mean doing a full stack curriculum from Freed Code Camp, that brand? Yeah, so I don't know free code camp. I actually used to specifically be in the industry towards like my last dev job of teaching software development for one of the big companies out there, which I won't say the name because don't dox yourself. I can't really answer on that one just because genuinely I don't know them. They might be good, they might be bad. You're gonna have to look up reviews. Hey! No problem with the lurk blind. Thanks so much for showing up. I really appreciate that. And yeah, 3 years. Time's weird, man. And also, chat's mean on time. Mean in the most generous and kind way. Yeah, so unfortunately, I just don't know Freed Code Camp as a brand. I haven't been in that industry for a good couple years, so I haven't kept up. And like some of the ones I would have suggested have not done well. They got like the two big names when I was in it both got acquired by financial firms, and basically both of them kind of got royally screwed, where the financial firm didn't understand the industry that is education and just tried to do what made them the most money and completely alienated their customer base. And now, like, I know one of them went out of business, and I think the other one is going that way, so far as like the big names from 3-4 years ago. Because shocker, education requires a very heavy level of trust with your customers, and nickel and diming them doesn't do you very good on the whole trust side of things. It's one of those industries that is very, very, very vulnerable to public perception. Now's the time to spend all that subathon money on Paradox DLC. Well, I mean, I could get half the DLC from Stellaris if we have a good subathon. I'm teasing. I actually don't mind the Paradox model. I know it can be extraordinarily cost prohibitive, but it does get a game that would otherwise no longer have development to continue to have expansions and additions to it. But it is also one of those things that you roll into it later, and it can be a whole thing. Just popping into the game, 2, 3, 4 years down the road, and looking, saying, you want how many $100 to do this? Oh yeah, The Sims 4 I have a lot more difficulty with accepting. Even though they're effectively the same model, the big difference to me between, say, like The Sims and Paradox has to do with like what you're getting for the price you're getting it. Kind of, that's not my field. What you're getting for the price. Like the last couple Sims DLCs I've heard are much better, but for the longest time, it was one of those things like, how much is this? $40, $50. What do you get? You get a horse and you can brush it. What else? What do you mean, what else? You get a horse and you can brush it. That's it? Yeah. $40, $50. And you're like, excuse me? Versus like for Stellaris, when they have like their big updates where they sell it for like $30 or whatever it is, 25, $30. And you go, okay, well, it adds, 2 new factions, this new culture thing, it reworks, these whole mechanics, there's now a new end game event, and all. You're like, okay, there's actually like some meat on that bone. It still, again, adds up real fast. But yeah, the Sims DLC's burned you on computer games for a very long time. Yep. I'm sorry, $40 to brush a horse. I'm being a little bit of an exaggeration here, to be fair. But yeah, they have... I don't own it, because it's one of the DLCs I looked at and said absolutely not. They have a horse DLC, and pretty much what it contains is you can get a horse, you can, like, stable it, you can ride it, and you can, like, brush it and do, like, basic care. And the horse, for all intents and purposes, basically works like a sim. Did you just run over their people? They're not real. This is actually purgatory that we're riding around in. We are the only person really here. Although there was some hyperbole, but still, it's pretty severe. But so like The Sims 4, when it came out, they had like 1 or 2 decent DLC at the beginning. But they basically, honestly, for as long as The Sims has been around, have existed in an area where they have competitors in regards to cozy game and entertainment, but they don't have a direct competitor in regards of another life sim game where you play it in that manner. Which is the big thing that's changing this year. Is there's been there was supposed to be, I believe, 3 games coming out this year that were going to be very direct competitors to The Sims. One of them got canceled. Which was Paradox. One of them got canceled. And then the other 2 sound like they're still on their way. But because of that, Electronic Arts, Maxis, The Sims have had no real reason to put any major effort into their product. They have no direct competition. If you want that style of game, there's only one kid in town to go to. Yeah, they overcharge you, and yeah, the quality is questionable at times, but you know, you want that fix, you got one place to go. But like the last 2 or 3 DLC, I've heard they've done a really good job of massively improving their quality, which, surprise, surprise, happens to coincide with the fact that they've got competitors showing up finally. And some of those competitors are looking pretty good. Now, we don't know yet, because they're not out yet. They could show up and be absolutely terrible. But it's looking promising. Isn't Maxis shuttered? It was absorbed by Electronic Arts. So shuttered / whatever is always a blurry thing in that regards. Oh, Tomb just let me know she's running a little late and she's just now heading out. Well, that's going to mess up the timing of things. That's fine. But yeah, so those things that Maxis got acquired by Electronic Arts a long time ago and eventually shut down. But they still make a number of their IPs, so yeah, it's shuttered, but it also just got absorbed into a bigger brand, so you know, whether it's considered its own entity or it's just a dev team inside the existing EA is more on like what the management hierarchy is than really anything. Now granted, I miss old pre-EA Maxis, but here's the thing. You also got burned in computer games as a wee lass because you knew nothing about the Apple Store with your mom. You didn't know anything, and probably less. And you asked you'd like to buy a video game for your daughter, and the clerks are basically laughing at you because they had no idea about anything like that. They were still running like Apple IIs at home. Oh. Let's see, if they want to get the trust back, they should rework the past DLCs for 4. A lot of people already burned enough to not come back. Oh yeah, no, I think that ship has sailed. If you've already been burned by the past DLCs where you're just upset, I don't think they're getting those customers back. That ship has sailed. That's a too little too late kind of thing. Not that I don't think they should try to do it, because that would be the, you know, honest and decent thing to do. Because if you look at almost every DLC for The Sims 4, there's like 1 or 2 that are positive, and everything else is like mixed or mostly negative. And a lot of that is, again, they would release it, they would be buggy, it wouldn't work, or it's like one of those things that you just got like 2 or 3 things. Like, they also are notorious for, they would be like, okay, 15, 20 bucks to get like a whatever pack, and it'd be like a side table, a regular table, a dining chair, and a bed. And you're going, hang on a second. You basically gave me five models, and I spent 20, 25 bucks for it. Excuse me? What? And they don't add like cool new functionality that's like literally just reskin, like when I say reskin, I don't mean like just changing the texture. But you know what, like I'm literally just taking the already existing thing and just kind of spit polishing or whatever. You're surprised The Sims never got an MMO-style subscription. So, fun fact, once upon a time, they were actually pursuing making a Sims MMO. I believe what ended up happening with that is just different people involved. It was like kind of the time that the mobile games were like really blowing up, and the fact that they could just extract copious amounts of money from customers. And I believe that became a Sims, the Sims mobile game, one of them. I don't know which one at this point, because I think they were doing one. I think it was going to be called like The Sims Online or something like that. But it was like at a time that MMOs were having a little bit of a rough patch, and that mobile games were just practically printing money. So I think they actually fully intended on making like a Sims MMO style game, and it just, because of the time that it was happening and the current trends in the market, people got a little bit nervous. Okay. So the tractor I have is 130 horsepower. I can get that tiny little plow on a discount. This is one of those cases, though, if I can get a plow that's a little bit better, that would be nice, but not a huge ordeal. Yeah, alright. We're getting the tiny one. And the reason for the tiny one is I have to, like, maybe I'd be able to get away with using the next larger one in this tractor, but it's kind of on the fence. But yeah, nowadays you got a dime a dozen Sims mobile games. Oh man, here's another one. What was it, like Sims Medieval? I remember playing that for like 5 minutes being like, what is this? It's something like Sims Medieval or something like that, but it was supposed to be... like, it was The Sims, but like just the social part of it. Like, where you interacted with other people, and that you could run into, you know, into animals or whatever and have to fight them or whatever. And it was like, what is this? Because, like, as a game, it was so hollow of anything. Okay, we want to allow the creation of fields. And so basically what I want to do is right now, fields 46 and 47 are separate fields. I want to make them into one field. I'm going to start by going to the edges here. Alright, so bear with me for just a minute, chat. I just need to throw some noodles into some food I've got cooking. And so literally it's just me running downstairs, plugging those in and coming back up. It was going to be something I was going to time for when my wife got home, but now the timing's all weird because she got delayed. So I'm going to quickly do that, and I'll be right back, and thank you again for tuning in. Ooh, I almost didn't get that swing off. I don't know why we didn't see her approach us. That was spoopy. Alright. Would you go away? I'm trying to commit crime. We can do it. We can do it. I think I can. How's that gonna work? That's how that works. Excellent. Oh, I'm sorry. Is that box facing the wrong direction? You just can't do it? Here. I'm sorry. That's my mistake. There we go. I eagerly await our P money. That sentence sounds very weird. I can only imagine some of the jokes that happen in farming. You followed after that? I truly don't understand people. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream.
More than you know.
Don't forget beautiful. I am also beautiful.
The sun's coming up. I must go.
I
shall put my own heart aside and Do what's best for the kingdom.
I need you to reaffirm me saying I'm beautiful. Don't leave me hanging here. You're supposed to agree with me and help me. No. My feelings. Your not answering my question or not reciprocating is not unheard. Also, give her tacos. I know, right? Alright, so it is 5 below now. And then continuing to go down. It should be flipping at some point, because it's 210.8 was the flip point. Oh, there we go. Steam is down to 5 kilograms. It's cooling down much more rapidly now. It's actually fluctuating wildly. The fanfare. The fanfare for sploosh. 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 Alright. Hey, train, could you not? Hey, train, please. Train. No. This is not my stop, train. I don't want to go this way. Let me free. Alright, so we're going to... Oh, God. Alright, and we are back after what was definitely a completely peaceful and not chaotic, clip from Farm Sim, where everything went fine and there was no tragedy. Alright, so we just go ahead and drag it across this end of this field. And now I just go up and down the line, and my hope here is that this should be considered one field now. Alright. Gotta do the physics of the game. Oh yeah, Kerbal-esque physics, yup. Hey Mark, how's it going? Yep, so now we're just deleting this little road in between these two fields. That both of these fields are now mine. Because we tremendously need to increase the amount of grain we're making because our chicken army is doing stuff. Impressive the game didn't crash doing something like this. I've honestly had very little crashes in Farm Sim. It's not been never. We have certainly done stuff, but even with like cursed physics and all that, usually it does pretty good. Oh, you're trying so hard to calculate where I should be. I do appreciate that attempt, game. But yeah, that shows you how many passes you have to do with the tiny little plow. I would need to go each and every one of those individual stripes. Now that said, I believe what will happen is the actual, on the map where it says the 46 and 47, I believe they will still be marked as 46 and 47 separately. But for purposes of like driving around and doing stuff, it'll work fine. I wonder if that'll work. Because it's got a line for lining up. Yeah, it looks like the GPS actually worked. I'm able to lock it in because that little bit of edge I put on the end there. If I have to clean up the stripes, that's fine too. Yeah, because my other row isn't straight. It gives you a little bit of leeway. Yeah, I think that next tick over up ahead is where it's gonna give me a little slop that I'll have to clean up. Your mom used to break the soil with her for her garden every year with a little glass-powered two-blade rototiller. Yeah, it takes a long time. Oh, man. When I used to sell tools, I didn't sell hardly any of them. We did sell the tillers. The one where it was like the two blades that would just rotate, that you just, you'd stick in the ground and just start doing that. I never operated one myself. But I think the whole time, I think I sold like 2 of them. And they had like a manual one, but that one even less. I literally sold the same number of those as I did like the old-timey lawnmowers where it was like the 2 rotating blades. Like the drum blades where you'd have like the outer rings rotating and the inner ring rotating the opposite direction, where you'd push it back and forth. And the blades would, assuming everything was working correctly, would pass over each other and cut the grass. I actually sold a couple of those. Just old-timers who really liked that style for whatever reason. Which is surprising, because those things were still like $80 or something like that, $80, $90. And at that point, like, you can get a gas like push mower here that'll work way the heck better than that thing is. And it's not like on a sale, you can get that cheaper than this thing. It always surprised me that we had them in the back. Like, we didn't put them on the show floor or anything. Someone would come and be like, hey, I'm looking for this. But hey, some people, they just have what they like. That's fine. There must have been enough customers that they felt a need to keep them stocked. All right, so I got one little spot to pick up on that end of the field, so we'll need to do that. Now, even though distinctly you look at this and you can see it's very clearly like I've cultivated the outer edges and I'm plowing this middle spot, for most purposes it won't matter. Like, between the two, it won't really care that much. Once we put the seed down, it might be a small percentage difference, because I plowed where there was grass, it should have a 25% fertilized already. Which actually maybe not, because there was some dirt patches in there too. But other than like a little bit of a higher yield for that tiny little strip this one time. Alright, that side looks all good. We just gotta go to this far end. Like I said, there was one spot I did notice that it had gotten missed. Right there. It's a reason I'm also not too bothered about where I'm like cutting across here. For the purposes of my next phase, it doesn't change how I do anything. So the thing I want to check is if I need lime on this field they have been working. I'm going to use that as the dictator on when I do need a lime or not, so I can get the whole field at the same phase without wasting a bunch of lime. Alright. So yeah, so this says it needs rolling. We don't care about rolling. This middle spot will say needs lime and rolling. Well, needs lime. And that side says need lime. I'm going to choose to ignore the fact that it says it needs lime, just because it's one field split up into separate sections. So instead, what I need to do now is I need to seed the field. So we're going to need to go here to our seeders. And once again, I'm going to lease this thing. And I might need to get extra fertilizer and seeds for this. Looking very likely. And unfortunately, fertilizer's kind of expensive. But how are we on seeds? Well, that's filling up. Let's go down to the fertilizer. I'll go ahead and buy another thing of seeds. It's not like we won't use them. Alright, so we got those all loaded up. We got a thing of fertilizer here. Okay. You're saying, wouldn't it be better to rent a bigger one just a couple days? Rent a bigger what? Meanwhile, before we start that, did we get any harvesting contracts we're sending our harvester to go do? No. Well, that answers that question. Okay. Oh, rototiller? Yeah, I mean, to be fair, if you're talking like the little hand ones, those aren't very expensive. Like, all things considered. That's one of those things that a lot of times people don't realize, is you absolutely get better quality crops out of your garden if you take good care of it. But usually, gardening doesn't end up being that cost effective in the long run, even with increasing prices, unfortunately. Yeah, no, I got that, like, the gas-powered 2-blade rototiller. But it's just kind of one of those things that even doing that kind of stuff, because by the time you get all the different stuff, the seeds, the fertilizer, the water, like, all that, not even counting your own labor time, you don't really save much. And then you have a lot higher rate of crops that fail for, like, bugs or, you know, harsher conditions and all that. And I'm not saying, like, gardening's bad. To me, because I used to do lots of gardening. To me, gardening was all about the activity, you know. And then you get to have like your really good homegrown food. Like, I remember making lots of salsa, and it was like some of the best salsa. But it was definitely not about saving money. There's a whole economics of scales that farm can do, where even though you get overcharged a lot, not overcharged, they do charge you a bunch at the grocery store, even like farmer's market. It is one of those things that all those economies of scale do stack the deck against you. I'm doing pretty good, Blaze of Haze, and thank you so much for the partnerversary wishes. I do really appreciate it. And as I reminded people, for the plan for today's stream, we're starting out with Farm Sim. We're doing that for about half the time. We're doing the other half of the time at the 2 Point Museum. This stream is basically the normal hours, whereas our next stream will be starting much, much earlier than I normally start. Basically, it's as fast as I can, you know, get some sleep, wake up, take a shower, eat some food, and get right back on. And that's what we're going to be doing for as long as the streamathon is going. Which, as you can see, we had a golden kappa as the first like hype train of the streamathon. So, you know, starting it out with some pretty big boost in hours there. So we're in it for at least a little bit. And the timer will not run while I'm asleep, by the way. Timer only runs while I am on camera. So far as streaming, I'm not going to say, like, rest your breaks don't count. Speaking of which, I didn't go back. Oh, alright. So I forgot to even circle back to see how many subs we've got. Yeah, so I had the milestones. I announced that if we hit them, we will do stuff. So with the 50 gifted subs earlier, that alone would be enough to make sure we've locked in the Rimworld Evil Colony, where normally I play Rimworld like a fairly reasonable and kind person. You know, with only mild atrocities. We're going to do an evil colony, where we're going to be awful, and we're going to be terrible, and we're going to do all the things I don't normally do in RimWorld. Still won't do the slavery, because I actually find the mechanic to be pretty garbage, and it's still, of all the things, that one bothers me the most. Which there is something to be said about murder and organ harvesting and cannibalism's hitting me less than that. But hey, you know what? People have different values. But with that said, what was the number of subs we had total? So 72 subs. Okay. Yeah, so I don't have the numbers in front of me. I don't believe we've got enough to trigger the next goal. The next goal is 100 points. We will do split fiction with Tomb. That'll probably happen some point after the subathon, most likely. And that's just because, as I mentioned, right now, a whole lot of people at the place Tomb works kind of simultaneously had health issues of entirely different types, and some of their new hires didn't work out. So it's like a whole lot of stuff just hit the fan all at the same time. So they're having a really tough week schedule-wise. Well, tough couple weeks schedule-wise. Well, all that gets sorted out, because some of those health were, you're not working that job anymore because you physically can't kind of health issues. The one had a pulmonary embolism, which is like, yeah, you're not going back to a physical job short term after that. You've got some proper recoup time to do. Like, they didn't fire them. The person quit. But it quit because they're like, well, I can't work. So, you know. But needless to say, so that'll happen some point, most likely after the streamathon that we do Split Fiction. For those who don't know what Split Fiction is, if you've seen the game It Takes Two, where it's a completely dysfunctional and awful married couple who are not good for each other, and that is the statement from the beginning and the end in my book. But it's a really fun game where basically their marriage is crumbling, their daughter's upsetty spaghetti about it, and ends up teleporting them into a book. And so then they have to try and figure out how to get out of the book. And the gameplay-wise is, it basically puts you in one genre of game. Each of you gets a power, and you have to work together to use your individual powers to get through that genre. And then you go to the next one, and it's a different genre of game. So they do like action RPG, platformer, more of like your Portal-esque puzzle-style game. Not literally with portals, but that style of puzzle game. And a whole bunch of others. And it's pretty slick stuff. It's really well done. It is a really good story, even though at the end of the story, they present it as like, hey, look, they've rediscovered their individual passions, their marriage is saved. And you're like, look, man, they didn't save anything. Like, this is still a very unhealthy relationship these two have. This is not a working marriage that these two have. This is one that's just going to go a couple more months after they've rekindled this. They're going to be right back to the same problems they had before, and it's going to start falling apart before, because you didn't have either of them show actual proper growth. The only thing that did improve is they did improve their communication. That was an important thing that the two of them did improve, which is very important. But like, the circumstances between the two of them haven't changed in any way whatsoever. All of the existing problems continue existing. And also it's the guy's fault. Gonna put it out there. For as much as like the things that the wife in that case has, that she's like working all the time and all that, almost all of it's because of him. So even though they try to present as kind of like both people are contributing to problems, like, no. All her problems are because of him. So, you know, it's not fair. And 3-stream streak on Luxray. So congratulations on your 3. You'll build that number back up. It's hard to keep those streak numbers up when you're on the mobile, because I know the stream streaks are way less reliable on the mobile app. For the record, I think it's an amazing game, but like, I think it's also a game that if you were in a course on like developmental psychology or stuff like developmental psychology and that kind of stuff, I think would make a really good case study for people to be like, hey, you know, here's fictional characters, so you can be super judgy about them and not have to worry about like you're being unfair to real people or whatever. you can take these fictional people as presented to us and be like, hey, here is the litany of problems you've got. Do we need to check on the eggs? I have been picking them up each day. This is our long day. The seeding and all of that is our long day because I have to cultivate, seed. I have to hoe the field. Sometimes I have to put down lime. We didn't have to. Well, I mean, I should have put it down from like that middle section to the left, the way we're facing. But I don't want one field to be at different stages of needing lime, so I'm choosing to ignore it until both sides of it needs lime, and then we'll just do the whole field to get it all on the same pace. Because the alternative is I just limed the whole field anyway, and I just wasted a bunch of lime, which isn't that big a deal, and is probably the more correct decision. But I've already put down the seed, so I'm choosing to ignore it. But this is just our long day. But yeah, I know we've been checking on the eggs pretty much every day. Because it looks like it'll only take me about 2 to 3 days, I think, for the eggs to start, for production to stall, because there's nowhere to put the eggs. Because the chickens are kind enough to realize when you don't have any storage, they just all stop laying eggs. Have you hit any of the objectives today? So you don't. There was more objectives that are not on the list anymore. So we did have an objective of doing a, art in the field using our crops. We did that the first day with Ultra. There was an objective of stacking stuff 10 high. Or not 10 high, stacking 10 things. We tried to stack, Ultra tried to stack it 10 high and got really close. Got really close for the record. She had gotten it 7 high and was going for 8. And then just, those forklifts and all that, trying to go back and forth, it just rocked the thing. And once that momentum started, it was over. Which again, I was impressed by that. I could see a way to stack it higher. But it would be basically taking all those boxes, putting them up against the wall, so you just shove them against the wall, and then you'd only have to worry about, the last 2. Even then, still, I think it'd be around 8, 7, 8, I'd probably also have floundered even there, because that's the point where you're taller than the roof of the building. So we got that one done. There was another one we knocked out on here. I can't remember which... So we've knocked out 3 of them so far, and I'm blanking on what the third one was, because we did those first 2 with Ultra. Oh, we got there's the collectibles on this map. We got all the collectibles. That was the third one we got. So we've got 3 of our 7 objectives knocked out. And you'll notice I only have 3 left, and you're like, wait a second, well, if you did 3, and there's 7, why do I only say 3? And that's because the production chain, where I need to get $1 million, there's also an objective of get $1 million. So literally to accomplish that objective, I have to accomplish the other objective, so I get 2 for 1. But we have been making good progress. We have over 20 chickens. We are making decent money. While I'm perpetually nearly broke, we are accruing more and more assets that help us make more money faster. So yeah, so we've got 3 objectives done. During this stream, we haven't finished any objectives. But we're now sitting on more farmland. Our chicken population has exploded, and I'm looking forward to, in a couple in-game months, we sell all the eggs we got from the year. And I'm expecting that to be a pretty good payout. And then we're also waiting to see if we can get the next to show up here. Speaking of which, do we get any... See, it's a shame... It's a shame we're not getting the good harvesting contracts. There's an RNG around it. But sorghum we can harvest today, barley we can harvest today, so if those harvesting contracts came up, that'd be really good for us, because then I could turn around and that'd be a nice little supplement to our income. Plus it'd give us extra grain, because I'm gonna have to buy grain for our chickens. Our little field there was apparently inadequate to support a population of 360 chickens. I know, real shocker there. It is neat that the dirt in this field is slightly darker because we plowed it, as opposed to cultivated it. But that'll, I believe, be just this one time. Because I have no intentions of going through and plowing every year. It looks like I missed a little spot over here on the end. And now it's fixed. Alright. That's bad alignment. Okay. Yeah, so as you can see, we're getting this all sorted. It is interesting, some of the textures seem to be updating pretty slowly. Like, I'm seeing the gaps along the edges where we plowed, and then they're, like, filling in after the fact, which is fine. Like, in a lot of ways, under the hood, when you're playing Farm Sim, it's really just kind of painting the surface, and then decides what to render on top of it based on that. So, if you're thinking like the cedars, like a big paintbrush, you know, the color was brown. Brown means cultivated. Then you take the paintbrush over, it's like, okay, well, let's see it. Now it's the next color. And that's the way a lot of it works. And that's an oversimplification. But what it does is you paint it, it says, okay, this is a freshly seeded thing. And a little bit of time passes. And it effectively just paints the tile and says, okay, well, now it's in a growth phase 1 of this crop. And it just renders things based on that. It doesn't turn around and do like a whole bunch of, you know, weird science around or anything. Like, you'll notice where I'm going over that plowed stuff, it is making the texture look as the cultivated stuff as opposed to our plowed stuff. And that's just, again, under the hood, it's painting that texture kind of thing. But then, like, the crops on top of it'll do all that as well. But, like, all the information is stored on the ground itself. And maybe it's different in 25, but that's how it was in 22. So, like, all the stuff on top of it's cosmetic. That's just for your visual appeal, aesthetics, whatever you want to go with. As opposed to, like, when you're actually changing the ground, you're changing the data of the surface of the plant and what's there and what's not there and yada yada. Alright, so you see another mist spot, so let's go touch that up real fast. It's right here. Right on that seam. Okay. Now, hopefully, what we'll end up having here soon is hopefully we'll be able to get, like, the next act going on so I don't have to do quite as laborious of a task. Because we're starting to get to the point where this field's getting a bit big for this tractor and all that. And it's really not that big a deal. I actually should have time sped up. It's really not that big of a deal. But it would be one of those things that we would probably want to get ourselves a bigger tractor, a bigger seeder, a bigger cultivator, and start on that treadmill of working our way up on equipment. Now, because for the dare drop, I want to go all the way up to, like, the Big Mama Jama so far is just ridiculously oversized and unreasonable scaled equipment. I know I need to save up for it. As far as I'm concerned, I have what I need to minimally function on this. Why do we have a wage payment? I didn't have anyone else working, did I? No, it's just the one thing. That's fine. Alright. Yeah, so what I'll end up needing to do here is, We'll need to pay off the money we spent to buy the field, which is like 50, 60,000. 70,000. Okay, and our greenhouses need water. Yeah, so we'll need to repay our 70,000. Oh, right, yeah, I used it for the cultivating. I'm surprised that we only now ticked over to where that got drawn out. I would have expected us to have already paid that. Probably should have done the header row. Or head row. Oh, wait. That wasn't the right button. There we go. Probably should have done the head row because it's just the ends of the field that we deal with that. That'll become really important when we do like the giant thing. Just because without the head rows, I'm going to have some real difficulty getting to the edge of those fields. Now, downside is I'm not looking forward to having to buy probably like $12,000 worth of wheat just to feed the chickens when we fall short on our crop here. Like when this grows in, it'll be good, but we won't get the produce out of this till next time. Oh, yeah, that's not true. I forgot. The field we got was sorghum. The chickens can eat sorghum as well. Okay, that's probably not that bad. We still might fall short, but at least not by as much. I keep checking, just hoping I'm going to see some new good contracts on here. That we can just send the harvester to go score us some, quick soy money, or get some extra barley or sorghum or something that we could take the leftovers and have that as extra chicken feed. Because for every, 1,000 liters I can manage to scratch away from that's 1,000 liters I don't have to buy. It's interesting that the map doesn't show the division between 46 and 47. So, it's interesting, and it does and it doesn't. If I, you can't probably see it on the stream, but if I pull up the map and zoom in, it'll be a little faded. And that's because when I plowed the field, it kind of put the texture of the field over top of it. The division's still there, it's just covered. Alright, so if we go and pull up the map here. Oh, actually, no, it doesn't show it here. You're correct. I am wrong. On my mini-map here, I could probably make it bigger. Where's that number? On my mini-map here, you can see it. It's just very faded. It's interesting to me that those are different. Because it didn't used to get rid of it. It used to, layer it over, but it was, partially transparent. But yeah, no, you're right. On the actual map, it's gone. That's cool. That's an improvement. Now, it's showing those as separate farmland. But it will show it all as, one field so far as a lot of the other stuff. There are mods. Well, I shouldn't say it. I know for Farming Sim 22 there were mods. But there have been mods in the past of when you make a field like this, that it does update the UI. Because, right now it's still showing 46 and 47 as independent fields on the mini-map. Even though, it's still marking them as 46 and 47 for the tile of land you buy. But you could get it where it'd show you the field information better. And it was only, okay, you'd take this, little stencil and you'd put down little pins on the corner of your field and it would mark the field out. So if you had, a curved area, it was really kind of messy. Alright, chat, and bear with me. My wife should be home by now. But, you know, regardless, I need to make sure that the food comes out of the slow cooker, or I'll have horribly congealed pasta. She may have already done it, because I'm willing to bet she just got home and she's getting ready. Yeah, so for right now, what I'll do is I'll just put up the away screen. I do apologize about, like, the double break thing. It's just weird timing. So I'll go quickly do that, and I'll be back in just a couple minutes, and thank you again for tuning in. You're showing me that this is perfect. Ah, don't worry, chat. My paint job is perfect. My paint job is definitely not missing anything. The game says we're done here. I especially like, it'd be one thing if it was literally like that was painted, this is nice and uniform, except they got a bunch of like splash over here. Hey, I'm not gonna argue with the game logic. It's perfect. Did I see? Ah, that's great. That's great. If you want to see how dense the zombies are here when you spawn in, that's how dense. I love that we got our giant platform of pet zombies. You see nothing, chat. Nothing is happening here, chat. You see nothing. I don't know what happened, chat. Everything was fine. And then it wasn't. One prisoner is rioting. Oh. Well. I blinked. Don't hit. That's not good. Alright, you know what we're doing? We're gonna go with this is not our problem. We want no part of this. Mayhaps not be a jerk about it. Okay, I got some. And that's why you hold shift when you hear the noise. Don't you do that. Whew. Well, I'm amped. Who's amped? No tree lines. I'm getting boxed in real hard here. Okay. Let me over. Okay, cool. I don't like jumping over fences because there's always an RNG chance we trip, but that was one of those ones, it was jump over or die. We could do it. We could do it. I think I can. How's that gonna work? That's how that works. Excellent. Oh, I'm sorry. Is that box facing the wrong direction? You just can't do it? Here. I'm sorry. That's my mistake. There we go. Magic. The real money is over here. So how do you feel about this corner? Oh, good.
Okay.
Paperwork. Oh, not good. A
Sorry
wall of
about
that. Just had to go and grab dinner out of the crock pot before it got all congealed and sad. Also welcoming Tomb home and everything. Alright. And that should be like the last of those kind of interruptions. And then we can finish getting our barley put down and all that good stuff. Tomb was like, has the stream been going good? It's like, they added over 12 hours onto the clock, like, immediately at the start. Yes, it's going well. In a very intimidating way. Because for those who weren't here at the beginning of the stream, basically immediately Golden Kappa. It was like, okay, stream timer starts now. Someone, I think it was Ranithor, like, gifted 5 subs. Golden Kappa train. It's like, oh, I see how we're starting today. Okay. I mean, I'm not upset about it. Pays my bills. But I was not... That's nothing. For those who don't know, like, as content creators, we have zero control over the Golden Kappa train. It's just basically a hype train happens, and there's a small chance it's a Golden Kappa train. I have heard of one person getting, like, 2 Golden Kappa trains in one stream, but at the same time, for on this channel, I think we had one other Golden Kappa train. I can't swear to it, but I know it's not been a regular occurrence of any type. I also am not a channel that gets tons and tons of hype trains in general. Just, I'm not particularly good at, like, pushing subs and bits and all that. What even is a Golden Kappa train? It's a silly little thing. Basically, there is a rare emote called the Golden Kappa. That if you've ever done the emote Kappa, it's one of those, but gold. And the idea behind it is with the Golden Kappa, is you can unlock it for 24 hours, and then it goes away. So it's just kind of a thing you get that you're like, look at this cool thing that's, you know, rare that I get to show off. But that's pretty much what it is. So it's just kind of a fun thing. But the way you get it is there's a very small chance when you have a hype train that instead of saying hype train, you'll say Golden Kappa train. And I don't know what the percent chance is, but it's very small. And if it is a Golden Kappa train, as long as you put like a gifted sub or 100 bits or anything like that, then you get a Golden Kappa when the hype train ends. Sorry. But it's only good for 24 hours after the Golden Kappa train. Like, it's just a silly thing. It's for funsies. But as a creator, we have no control over it. It just happens. And that's just the way it is. It's like we can sign up for front page, and that we have some control over. I could say, hey, I'd like to be on the front page at this time or whatever, and Twitch can choose to have it or not. That's just whatever. But sometimes you get on the front page even without the sign up. Like, it'll just happen. And it's another one of those things that you have next to no control over, that suddenly your viewership jumps like 2,000 viewers. You're like, what's going on? Why is there so many people here all of a sudden? and you realize, like, oh, I got put on the front page. Let's see, it'd be fun if Twitch matched the payout during the Golden Kappa train or whatever during the train. Oh, like gave you a higher cut? Yeah, I mean, that would be... It would definitely... Honestly, that's actually not a bad idea. Because at first it's like, oh, but Twitch wants to make its money. And it's like, well, it's not wrong. I could certainly see Twitch doing a thing that during a Golden Kappa train that you get like a 10% increased cut of subs or something like that. Like, you know, you as the content creator get like a little extra bang for your buck so far as like the support, because the whole idea is to create this hyped event where everyone wants to throw in gifts, you know, like subs and bits and all that. I could see them giving the creator just a little bit extra cut to really excite the creator, because you're looking at this being like, oh, my community is being supportive. Oh, it's a Golden Kappa. Like, I'm like, this support, I'm getting like an extra significant hit like for my income. This is amazing, because like that would genuinely, like, because obviously all the support gets you excited, but suddenly being like, oh wait, people supporting me in this moment suddenly is like a way bigger deal. You know, just you're getting that much more for it. I could see that as being like one of those really, really ridiculously excitable things. Now, on the other hand, if they do that, I feel like people would start getting really, really fussy about if they haven't had a Golden Kappa in a while. Oh, clearly Twitch only gives Golden Kappas to like big time partners. Like, you'd have a bunch of that dialogue would happen, which, you know, you can literally make things super nice to everybody, and there'll still be someone who complains that it was slightly nicer to someone else than themselves. Yeah, as long as they're rare and such, yeah. I could see doing that. Like, them having some type of, like, super content creator supporter thing. But yeah, no, they'd have to be very, like, open about how it works, so far as choosing the percentage chance of happening. Honestly, I would even encourage them in that case to probably do, instead of just straight up RNG, do weighted RNG. So like, if it's been a while, like, the longer you've gone between them, start fudging those numbers to increase your odds a little bit more and a little bit more until you get one. Just to try and deal with that. The thing about rarity and randomness is that human brains are really bad at parsing randomness. Oh yeah. No, we've had the discussion that people be like, yeah, this thing's supposed to be random, and I've been sitting here and I got nothing but the thing every single time. It's like, yeah, that could still be random. You could roll dice randomly, 100 dice, and have every single one of them roll a 1. And within random, that should happen sooner or later. Is it likely to happen? Oh god, no. Oh, wait, there's a little bit of fertilizer left. I didn't want to buy a whole extra container. Yeah, we're good. That'll be enough to get through the field. Oh, way more than enough to get through the field. It's almost enough to fully refill us. Honestly, they put a hard limit on how fat. Yeah, no, I could see doing that if they put a hard limit on how often you can get it. Because that's the way the front page thing works when we apply for it. You can apply for it as much as you like, but if you get accepted, which it's usually once a month is how often you can apply. But if you get accepted for front page, I believe it's 3 months that you're not allowed to apply for, like, you're not allowed to get it for 3 months. Because they were, and there was a certain understanding, there was some people who were getting front page all the time. Like, if this person streamed, they would be on the front page almost that frequently. That's an exaggeration, but you get it. The really big names are getting on the front page a lot, so it really kind of felt unfair. So what they did say is they're like, all right, you can only basically get on the front page once per 3 months using the application process. And there are cases where you can get on the front page again. Like, say you're some big name creator and you've been asked to like host GDC on stream or whatever. Like, you're like the person who's going to be covering it on Twitch or whatever. And because of that, there's some deal between Twitch and GDC or whatever. It's a big event. Twitch wants to promote it. That you could have on your stream that you got your front page access. and then this big event happens that you're then on front page access. That kind of thing can happen, but I don't think that's like that big a deal. Not like it used to be, because I wasn't one to complain about, because I just saw that front page wasn't the thing that I'd get onto almost ever, so I didn't really care. But you definitely used to have, and we're not going to say names, used to have like a handful of big creators that would very routinely, at least one of them would be on the front page at almost all hours of all days. And just, they're giant creators. There's a reason why Twitch is being there. Like, hey, these are people who make us bank. Like, we show this person, and the people who tune into it tend to stick around. Obviously, we want to show more people these people. That's just smart business sense. Which is also interesting, because they actually did an experiment last year where they did take the time that they were going out of their way to promote a lot of really small creators. You know, and artificially bump them up in a bunch of stuff, because there was postulating that they did that would be good for the platform. You'd have larger retained viewership and all these other things. And to their credit, very quietly, Twitch is like, all right, let's try this. Let's do an experiment. And they did the post-mortem, and they're like, you know what? Like, this didn't noticeably change anything so far as viewer retention in either way. Like, just very genuinely, it didn't seem to have, you know, good, bad, or otherwise impact. It seemed like a nothing burger. I mean, it certainly helped those smaller channels. But it was just people had, like the fourth time I've done that, where I've come from the wrong side and just shoved it over. But it was just one of those things that they had gone out. And again, people were like, oh yeah, the smaller channels are the what like build up the viewership, and they're like, okay, we'll try it. And this isn't me being like we shouldn't promote small channels or anything like that. Quite the opposite in a lot of that. But it was interesting that they actually took the time to do that. And you'll still have people, oh right, I need to go to the map to reset it. Yeah, people accuse Twitch of never trying to do stuff for smaller creators. There we go. Yeah, people accuse Twitch of not ever trying to do stuff for smaller creators, and they do. And there is discoverability on the platform, no matter how much people scream otherwise. It's just, a lot of times people are like, well, how do you get discoverability? It's like, it's networking, man. It's unfortunately the same as it is in any industry. It's networking. Working with others, having more connection points, having more cross-promotion. There's very few people who, like, you know, quote-unquote, make it on their own. But you'll have people say there's no discoverability. He goes, oh, well, how do you network? And they kind of look at you. It's like, well, how do you promote your stream? Oh, well, I stream. And they're like, okay. Well, like, how do people find your stream? Oh, well, I stream. Like, that's not really how this works. That is a key point. That is a thing you need to do. You do, in fact, need to stream for people to find and tune into your stream. But you either got to be making content on other platforms that have, like, easier discoverability, you got to be networking, you got to be raiding, you got to be active in whatever communities that are relevant to whatever you stream. So, like, if you're playing RimWorld, you got to be active in the RimWorld community. If you're in Dwarf Fortress, you got to be active in the Dwarf Fortress community. This isn't the way I need to be going for these head rows. Same with Farm Sim. There's a lot of that. And there's times where you need more or less of that kind of stuff to keep growing your channels. And this isn't to be like everyone who's small has, like, failed in some way. You can play all your cards right and still not grow. That does happen. You are kind of waiting for that lucky break where the right person drops in, you know, blows up your numbers a little bit, and because they brought their audience and you pick up a couple people who tune in from there on, which puts you in a better position to pick up more people, which puts you in a better position to pick up more people. Like, that all happens. But, like, you'll also have people, like, they're like, hey, you know, I'm streaming to literally 0 viewers. Like, you know, my viewer count's always 0. What can I do? And one thing you're like, you should have your own stream up. Not even like a gaming the numbers thing. Like the number of times that I've had my own stream up on the other screen, like muted or whatever, and then I see it go to like the whole, you know, like, oh, not like this emote, that I find out my stream has dropped before any of my other stuff tells me my stream has dropped. And it gives me a chance to react, you know. Like, if it's like the internet's out, I could quickly check that and try and use my phone to send off a raid real fast or whatever's going on. And it's even one of those things being like, yeah, well, you know, get a buddy to tune in. If you can't convince even your friend to hang around in your own stream, like a friend, not necessarily a specific friend, like what can you do to improve your stream to change that? Because if you can't convince someone who likes you to tune in, and thank you, Allison, for dropping 1,000 biddies. That's incredibly generous of you, and I really do appreciate bumping up those numbers even higher. Speaking of which, I actually forgot to do this earlier, which is I am going to do this real fast because this just reminded me. So first I'm going to go ahead and do a shout out for Blind IRL, because normally I do that and I was just so worried about dinner stuff. But Blind's absolutely fantastic content creator. Plays a lot of like, retro's not the word I want to use. Plays games like Dwarf Fortress, that kind of thing. Really, really knowledgeable on the games. Like, very much, if you like dry wit, dry humor, that kind of stuff, and you like Dwarf Fortress, I honestly cannot think of a better creator for you than Blind. Also, fellow member of the Halcyon Frequency stream team, and if I did shout them out earlier and totally forget, no, because that would have been on cooldown if it was. But yeah, so definitely recommend checking them out. Good times over there. Like, I for one, people know Dwarf Fortress just isn't my game. I very much enjoy watching Blind play Dwarf Fortress. I may not enjoy playing it, but I enjoy watching it. I do like the stories of Dwarf Fortress. And I like some of the absurd things that Blind comes up with, like the minecart, what would you call it? The minecart chainsaw thing where enemies would come across and just get belted off a bridge by a minecart into lava. Does some really fun, silly stuff in that game. And we'll have to wait just a couple more seconds, and then you can try out that shout out command again there. Should be good. Streaming sounds rough. You stick to video editing. Yeah, well, I mean, video editing has its own difficulties too. But yeah, not just one of those things. There's no one, and for as much as you get advice around streaming, there is no this is the way you succeed in streaming. We all have our own strategies. What works for me might not work for you. What works this year might not work next year. Like the playing field changes constantly, and just like your presentation, your personality, all of that can play into a bunch of stuff. All right, so let's go ahead and hop over here real fast. And it's also those things that, again, you can play all your cards right and just not find success. Like, that's just because you're working with extraordinarily limited information. You have a very, very, very incomplete amount of data to work with, and you're trying to make important decisions based on what is woefully inadequate information. At the same time, that information is important to at least make some type of like gut checks, informed decisions, and that, but just knowing it's deeply flawed information. You seem to be, if you were leaving the content creation and editing, the folks that have passion for it. Oh yeah, you have to have passion for it. If you're going into video editing or into streaming with the intent of like making it big, you're gonna have a bad time. Because most likely you're gonna fall into a lot of the pitfalls that get people to not want to be around you on the platform. And then also, you're more likely to just get demotivated when you don't achieve the goals you're aiming for as early as you'd like. Like, it can be a soul-sucking experience for the people who go in there being like, oh yeah, I'm gonna be the next big whatever. And some of them do make it, to be fair. And there are formulas people use that have a much better track record than others. And there's certainly bad strategies. That I will... Like, you'll occasionally have some big name be like, oh yeah, when you're early on and someone pops into your channel, even before they say anything, you just watch your viewer list and you just make sure to invite them by name. And it's like, no. No, 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 no. Dear no, 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 no. Don't do that. No. Real bad advice. You will send that person running for the hills so fast. Don't do that. That may have worked for them and they got absurdly lucky that they found a few people who are cool with being like just ripped out of lurk violently. Definitely don't do that. Let the lurkers lurk. I sometimes feel like some of the people who give that kind of advice are deliberately giving maliciously bad advice because, like, low-key, they're the kind of person who sees anyone else's competition that needs to be defeated or whatever. That, like, it's like, either satire that's not obvious or, like, maliciously bad advice to try and run out someone who they see as a potential competitor or some nonsense. For the record, I see streaming very much as what I would refer to as a cooperation, where yes, there technically is a competitive component to it. Yeah, we are competing for eyeballs and all that, but it's not a zero-sum kind of competition where it's like, if someone tunes into my stream, I'm suddenly robbing everyone else of their viewers or some nonsense. As Allison's saying, it's very much all ships rise together. Then much, much more ways, working with other people, cooperating, coordinating, doing stuff like that. You're going to see way more benefit from that than it's ever going to cost you. Even though there is going to be a non-zero number of people who tune into that other person's stream and then stop tuning into yours. Most likely, you'll simply share a viewer that some days they'll be watching me, some days they'll be watching the other person. In a lot of ways, that could be very beneficial for both your channels. Because, like, say I'm playing a game that person just really doesn't like. Like, I'm just going on some binger on The Sims, and they're like, man, The Sims? Really not into that. And so instead they tune into the other person and watch whatever show or whatever other thing. And then, you know, maybe they come back when they're watching, you know, they're playing something they don't enjoy. So we're kind of trading this viewer around. And it also be like, well, those things that, like, you don't fully overlap. So while I'm on, I might be their preferred streamer, but when I'm not on, they hop into our channel, and that still benefits them. All right, Night Dweller, you take it easy. Thank you for tuning in. All right, let me park this up. And now that the ad break is over and the cooldowns are done and all that, get that proper shout out for Allison. For those who don't know, Allison Adventures, another fantastic content creator on the platform, plays a lot of Project Zomboid among other things. So if you like the Project Zomboid, not many people that sit there and, you know, recommend more. Like, Allison's fantastic. Has all sorts of cute, adorable Froggo emotes and all that good stuff. You know, which is very important. Very, very, very important that you get your Froggo emotes. Okay, so we did get that hoed, seeded, and cultivated and all that, so that's all good. Did we get any amazing contracts? I cannot live with what? Oh. If you weren't green beans, 17,000 would be amazing, but the green beans are so slow. Yeah, that $2,000 one is a decent one, but yeah. The Froggos are great. I hope your harvests are bountiful and you get all the animals. We are getting many an animal. Did I have to deal with stuff with the greenhouse? Soon. Alright, so we'll advance it another month. I just need the Nexat to show up on sale. That's all I want. I just want to get myself a used Nexat. Not today, though. So go down here. We pay a little bit of our loan. We did return our lease. That's important. Okay. So, that can carry a very alarming number of eggs. Alright, so we need to take this and get it positioned to the mushroom greenhouse. So we can top off the mushroom greenhouse's water. I eagerly look forward to owning this property at the bottom so I can make this nowhere near as cursed to deal with. Alright, so you're out of water, so I gotta just top this whole thing off. That's fine. And we can check on if there's any amazing contracts or anything going on. We sell the eggs the next in-game day, November. That's peak egg selling season in the game. I, for once, did not pull close enough to the water. That's gonna not let me fill up. There we go. Okay. All right, 9,000 bucks for soybeans. Yup, that's getting done. And that field is 48, just east of us. Now the catch is what I'm probably going to need to do here is we need to take that trailer we got backed up to the chicken coop. I'm gonna need to drop that at our silo. That way it's available to load this up with soy. Because this is gonna score us almost 10,000 more dollars. Any of the surplus, if we fully maximize our harvest of the field, we get to keep the bonus. And I believe the soy we'll just want to hold on to it to sell at a better price later. The chickens can't eat it. But if it's only like 1,000 liters, I'll probably just sell it now and be done with it. Regardless, a quick 9,000 bucks I'm not going to say no to. Okay. I'll hand that over to the AI worker to deal with. Okay. All right, so go ahead and get this over. We'll drop off the barley we've got sitting in that trailer over there into our silo. Then we'll bring it over to where the harvester's doing its thing. Then see if there's maybe something I can get the tractor working on in the meantime. All right. Okay, and we got that one filled up. Let's go grab our trailer. Oh, it's facing the other way. Need to get to the other side. Now I get to see what a full year's... Don't do this. Come on. I'll just keep pushing you back till I can get that sorted. Okay, it should start leveling out soon, and I should be able to sneak this underneath. There we go. Alright. I need to buy these neighboring properties so I can level this out. Alright, so there's the 7,000 liters of barley. Indoor silo. And run on over here to the cultivator. You already collected all that soy. The good news, I'm just taking it like right there to the grain mill. I don't have to worry about dragging it half across the map to the farmer's market. Okay, so I can park you up here. Alright. Is there more contracts that I can send you on? So that's a cornfield. We're not going to do that because I need a new header. In the meantime, we got 2 more contracts we can do. Okay. So for those contracts, I got to go down here to 88 and 85. All right, so you go to the south. Because these ones will take less time than that harvest contract will. So I can run around and use this as a means of supplementing our income a little bit. Keep just wanting to see the next out there. All right. And we have how much left in our loans? 65 because we just bought the new plot of land. All right, that's fine. It's one of these fields down here. Yep, 88, so just past 87. So I am hoping for this I will end up getting probably not quite 20,000 for those eggs when we sell them. Because that's the largest scoop. We didn't have quite the maximum yield out of it because a lot of those baby chickens were still aging up, so they weren't producing. But next year we should be completely, you know, maxed in what I can get out of that field. Alright, so you're working on that. You're only at 40%, so it'll be when you get all the way down here and back. That's fine. The AI is already doing AI things. We're 3.5 hours into the streamathon, and we're almost 11 hours over where it started. And I'm sure after stream I'll have to do like adjustments. I already mentioned part of the reason I like doing the subathons the way I've got this set up is at the end of stream, just in case like someone did like a Ko-Fi donation and I forget to add it manually, or you know, the bot doesn't detect when a sub comes through or anything like that. Because I know where I started things, I can say how long the stream was. I can literally count the number of events that happened during stream and be like, yep, there's the value of all of it. Yep, time's good. I can correct the time. I usually don't focus on that too much until like we're getting to the point that it's like, okay, the subathon might end during that stream. Then I'll like back calculate and add whatever time I need to. So it's nice to be able to have that reliability behind it. Okay, so you're gonna turn. Yeah, so let's have it on the return trip. Yeah. So it's going to go take a left up here, go the whole way down there, and it's going to come back the other way. When it comes back, I can pick up the soy that's in it. And then when they finish this field, it'll give me a couple thousand. We go to the next field, give me a couple thousand, and then that last field will give me that 9,000 plus whatever we get from the rest of the soy. So all in all, we're probably looking at somewhere in the area of $15,000 to $16,000 we're going to get out of just knocking these handful of fields out. In the meantime, let's stage you on the other side. Get your cruise control set down to the speed of that thing harvesting. A whopping, breathtaking 6 miles an hour. Is that textures of this field glitched? The soy field or the one I'm doing the hoe on? The yellow field or the green field? Glitched in which way? Do you mean out in the distance? Because out in the distance where it's going from light to dark green, that's rendering distance. What we should potentially see happening is there might be some small weeds in here that are disappearing as we roll over. But yeah, there's a rendering distance that it doesn't render in the individual crops and all that because it would just absolutely obliterate your computer's processing. Or not processing, your GPU would just really, really struggle at. You might not make it to the other side before I have to empty you. Well, we're gonna find out. Oh, wait. This isn't my field. There's no crop destruction. So, in the game, we do have crop destruction turned on, but unless you get mods, crop destruction only applies to fields you own. So, like, if this is my field, driving in like this, I would kill half the crop just wherever I plowed the truck through and get annihilated. But as like an anti-trolling measure for when you're playing multiplayer, as well as just, you know, for practicality, so you couldn't just like, you know, attack your neighbors as it were. They do have a thing where you can only crop destruction your own crops. All right. So we're just trying to get that soy offloaded as best we can. But this vehicle here is the bottleneck for us finishing up the stuff this in-game day. So it's the one I want to make sure is running at all times. And perfect timing. It had just gotten to the point where I had caught up where it had no more in its reserve. So we go right over here. We stage you there. And you're about to finish this contract. And the next contract is just west of here. Yeah, so you can see like the rendering distance is pretty... You can see it like right over there. I can't point out that far. You can see the rendering distance thing. There's certainly some stuff it's far more obvious than others. Like it's happening in that field as well. You see like a more textured there, and then it goes a little less textured. But this one, because it's kind of a darker green to a lighter green, it's pretty painfully obvious. There's a lot of people who complain that that rendering distance being so short. And there's settings you can adjust to make it not as short, but I don't think you can make it like fully eliminated or anything, nor would you want to. If you could fully eliminate it, your game would probably just straight up slideshow, and you get very little to show for it too. Like, that's not even a complaint about like optimization of the game. Every game that does like 3D rendering that you're not in an enclosed space does a bunch of stuff. Yeah, the rendering distance is long enough, but not using the average color is a big fail. Yeah, no, that's probably the worst one I've seen for just being like, okay, that actually stands out pretty bad. It's one of those things that like really doesn't matter in the big wide world of things, but it kind of does stick out. You're like, But as far as stuff that actually bothers me, it's like, okay, that's not my favorite, but it's not that bad. Because ultimately what happens is just showing the texture on the ground when you're far enough away. And just some plants are very different from the texture of the ground. Like these bushes, if you go a distance there, it'll be a lot more gray because it's the forest ground texture is mostly gray. Like gray with patches of brown and green. Alright, so what do we got going on for other stuff? You're fine, I don't need to deal with you. You're both fine, I don't need to deal with you. We don't really want any of these other ones. We planted the barley yesterday. So November is when we sell our eggs. June we replant or we harvest our barley. I'm a little concerned that we're going to have to buy a lot of feed for the chickens. How are the chickens doing? They should be aging up to be all adults, so we get like the maximum product. Yeah, so 6 months makes them an adult. But we do have a higher reproduction rate. The chickens appear to be worth 25 bucks each. You buy them for 50 apiece. But you get the ideas. I could sell that, and it would score me like $250, which is really not that much. But, you know, not $250, be close to $300, which is really not that much. Sorry, that's not right. I'm lying to you. It'd be about $5,000. I was reading the months as the quantity. It'd be about $5,000 and some change, which is nice, but the eggs are worth way more than the chickens are. Like, it could be a thing that as these age up to adults, I do, you know, sell some percentage of them a year or something like that. But I think it's better we just wait on the eggs kind of thing. And you're doing your thing, you're making good progress. We'll let you get to the other side of the field, then we'll empty you again, then you'll probably be able to handle the rest of the field. Let's see, would the reproduction rate go up if there were more roosters? I don't believe so. I believe the way the game works is it's considering mostly just the age of the chicken for the reproduction rate. It doesn't take into consideration like real life, oh, how many roosters should I have for how many hens to have like the maximum production rate for the chickens to do all that. I don't even know if you technically need a rooster for it to function even in the game, in real life, obviously. Alright, so you're about to finish up that home stretch there. Now we can turn in this contract. And that'll put us over the $5,000 for a loan payment. And then our other contract will give us, probably by the time we get that surplus soy, probably another 2 loan payments. Which would be good, knock down that debt. Okay, we can go here. Contracts, complete it. Yep. Ah, it's carrots. Carrots are terrible. They're actually, like, so in the game, the carrots for your acreage are actually really good money. They're one of the better ones. But their harvesters are just so laborious to deal with. That's actually one of the mods I've debated getting a number of times. So, like, the real-life harvesters don't really have any meaningful amount of internal capacity, which is presented in the game. 99% of the things that make the root crops really awful to deal with is the lack of internal capacity in their harvesters. Because then you gotta get, like, the AI to do it, and you gotta finagle yourself in there, and then the AI wants to turn, and, like, planning all of that out with the AI can be a real pain. And there's ways with the GPS now that you can make it work a lot better. But yeah, it's just a pain. If you give it even like an okay internal capacity, 90% of those problems go away. Like even if it's only like 1,000 liters, something that'd be like woefully inadequate for any other harvester, just enough to be a buffer so that as you get like out of sync when it turns and all that, you just get it back into position and it catches up, would honestly go a long way. Even though, like, again, in reality, that's not how the actual machine works. And if you don't have the thing in position, you're dumping carrots on the ground in real life. But from a practicality standpoint, I do think it would be better just to be like, hey, give it a couple thousand internal capacity, just so as you're like, you know, repositioning and all that, the AI's not doing the thing where the thing keeps stuttering because it keeps being like, well, I'm full, oh, I can't empty, oh, I'm full, I can't empty. Let's see, roosters don't appear to actually do anything in the game. It's one of the poor things about the game. The description says makes them more active. With how bees improve yield. That ambiguous functionality of the purpose. Yeah, I do, and this isn't even just a farm sim thing. I do wish a lot of games, instead of leaving things ambiguous, like this is something I'd actually criticize Product Zomboid of, is Product Zomboid to be like, you're somewhat exerted. This reduces your attack accuracy. And you go, what do you mean my attack accuracy? If I hit it, I hit it. There's like lots and lots and lots of penalties a lot of the different things do that are just hidden. And I know some people find that attractive, and that's fine. But for me, it's a little annoying to be like, oh yeah, this has a minor penalty to your damage. That minor penalty is 50%. 50%. Minor my foot. Like, that is a straight up nuked from orbit penalty. I'm just gonna have to catch it this way. But there's a lot of stuff that, like, I'm down for you needing to discover mechanics yourself. I like a lot of games that do that, but there's definitely things where it's like, no. This is the kind of thing you hand me. As the player, I need this information to make informed decisions. You hand me this information. When I run that situation, you be transparent and clear on it. Like, figuring out ways to counter those things and different ways you can manipulate the mechanics to then take advantage of those. Sure, lots to be said there. Let me as the player figure all that stuff. Let me do that discoverability. Like how you interact with the world can be a whole thing. But like, when you get into a car in Product Zomboid and knowing that I can't right-click on stuff, I have to hit V to pull up a wheel to then get a different set of settings to then interact with it. It's like, no, just give that to me. Don't make me have to have someone tell me that, by the way, there's this radio wheel that you do half the game mechanics in. Does the game tell you how to use that at any point in the game? No. You have to have someone tell you, or you got to go and work your way down the controls and realize that. There's a bunch of games that have radio wheels as the way they do things that I don't like radio wheels as a UI. I accept that, like, I accept and acknowledge they are effective and they do work. But generally speaking, I almost always will not look for the radio wheels. And so when a game has a bunch of UIs and context menus and all that, and also a radio wheel, I have a tendency to overlook the radial wheel entirely. Hey, Canadian, how's it going? Which, part of that to me is that you're mixing UIs then. Like, and I'm down for a thing where it's like, hey, this game has context wheels, or context menus, and radial wheels, and these overlap so you can choose your poison kind of thing. That's entirely reasonable. But when they just arbitrarily do both, it's like, but why? The context menus already covered this use case, and the radial wheel can be used to cover the context menus use case. Why are you splitting the functionality between these versus like one? You can choose to do one or the other, and because like especially if you're like, all right, well, I'm making this accessible to console or whatever, like you're like just looking at a console or whatever. Okay, right, but then you just use radial wheels because the moment you involve context menus, you made it bad for consoles. Not bad, just looking into the game to see if it's worth all the money or sticking with Farm Sim 22. So, I can go ahead and walk you through the things that have changed in Farm Sim. Here, let me actually hop in a vehicle so I can show stuff. I can show you a bunch of things that have changed in Farm Sim 25 versus 22. I would definitely say Farm Sim 25 versus 22 is a much bigger leap than 19 to 22. So, like, for example, and I might not be able to do this because this field doesn't belong to me. Like, you know, we had the AI drivers in the past. This is not a mod, the steering assist. Yeah, I'm willing to bet it won't let me line this up, but I don't want to trash my crops. Here. We'll just go grab the harvester, take over the last row. But one of the things they've done is it was a mod in Farm Sim 22, the GPS mod. They've kind of baked that in. So, like, if we go and do this and turn on steering assist. So now I can hit D, which is my button for hiring the person, which you could change your buttons or whatever. And now I'm locked in on that row. So it's kind of a nice halfway between, okay, the AI is doing it and I'm doing it, that I still have to like stop and turn around and drive forward and all that. I'm using the cruise control at the moment. But it will make it so I don't have to do like that constant wiggle up the lane trying to keep it going. You keep it locked in on that heading. So that's a really cool thing they've added. They do have like the terrain deformation with like the mud and all that, which is more like it does impact the physics of the vehicles a little, but it's not that significant of a thing to worry about. You've got tornadoes and hail, which will do some damage to your fields and all that if you leave them on, which is fine. They're rare enough it's not annoying that they're interesting as well. You've got your new crops, like we've got like the green beans, we've got the peas, we've got the rice, we've got the spinach. For the most part, the green beans, peas, and the spinach, they operate similarly. We have like a dedicated harvester that goes over. Not much to say. They pay decently, but they're a bit laborious on the time to harvest. But like the pay you get for them's pretty good. And then you've got the rice. The rice actually pays pretty well. And they have the whole thing where you have to like flood the field and all that. That's new. We've got water buffalo are new. They're basically a new type of cow for all intents and purposes. They work like that. We got the goats are new. I think, yeah, the goats were all new, and they kind of work in the way like cows do, where they have dairy and all that. So that's a new thing. The rendering, like the graphics and all that, have taken a significant improvement. Like, we now have volumetric fog and volumetric light, which we don't have in Farm Sim 22. The engine just doesn't support it. There's all that kind of stuff. If you look at the base game, it'll look like we've had a massive reduction in equipment. To be clear with that, every version of the game they do that, where when the game releases, they get rid of a lot of the equipment from the previous game just to keep the install files smaller. But when you look at the mod store, there'll be like the official mods that Giant put out, and it's usually all the popular equipment from the past versions. So you can still go back and get your like little 10, 15, 20 horsepower sad little tractor that struggles to do everything. It's just not in there. You just don't know if that stuff equals to the price tag for the game. Yeah, no, that's fair. I would definitely say of the DLC right now, none of the DLC is particularly important. If you look at the DLC vehicles are under the Harvester. You have the gold version of that Harvester. They're literally the same thing, just gold instead of yellow. Clearly that's not important, but you know, hey, if that's your thing. We have the McDon DLC, which if we find that here real fast, which the McDon is kind of a weird vehicle in that it's a dedicated windrower. So it's kind of this weird tractor that drives backwards. And then the header goes here. It's a glorified, like it does Harvester without a reservoir where it dumps it back in the ground, so it's thatched, so you pick it up with a forging wagon. It does give you a bonus yield for doing that. But it's just kind of a fun little gimmicky, like really fast lawnmower slash you can do thatching if you really want it, but that's all that is. So it's a fun thing, but is it important? Not really. And then the one that just came out is the Nexat, which is this abomination of a giant tractor. I don't know what you want to call it. It basically can drive this way or that way. And then it has a header that fits in that big gap in there. But it can kind of do everything your farm needs. Like it's got harvesting headers, sprayers, cultivators, harrowers, slurry wagons, like all sorts of stuff. But it's very end game. It's super impractical. It's super expensive. Like not buying the DLC expensive. In-game money-wise, super expensive. So it's another one of those things like, yeah, you can get it. Are you going to use it a lot? Probably not. But it is a cool, hey, what if I had a completely and unreasonably over-engineered tractor replacement thing? So none of the DLC right now is important. But we will likely pretty soon be getting the first expansion DLC to the game, which is where they add new crops and new vehicles and usually a new map. But that'll be the separate DLC. Kind of like where like Silver Run came out and Lanka with the vegetables came out and those kind of things. It'll be that kind of a thing. All right, so we finished harvesting. The other thing that the game adds that isn't present in well, it's not present. It's very rare in Farm Sim 22. Is where like the Silver Run map came out, and you could rebuild the roller coaster. I think they only had that. I think Lanka may have had a rebuildable thing as well in Farming Sim 22. Every single one of the maps that has come out, like like literally every single one of the official maps that have come out with Farm Sim 25 have a project like that. So you have like East Asia. You've got like this vaguely East Asian temple that you build up, and it's this giant gargantuan project that you see through, and you slowly build up this giant temple. They have the River Bend, which is a southeast western map. I believe that one has a museum and a bunch of little projects you build up in it. And then Lanka, I know, had some stuff you build up. Yeah, the temple is huge. The temple is not a minor project. The temple is a significant project. But it's cool. And then, you know, you get paid for all of the materials you drop off. So if you're not just buying the materials and selling them to the temple, you can make some solid cash on it. But it's kind of cool to like permanently change the map through your efforts. But the one nice thing is Farm Sim is generally all of the DLC is flavorful. You only need to get what you want. None of it is ever required to play. Although, you may have some issues with multiplayer. Yep, exactly. Like, everyone on a multiplayer server, like whatever the server is set up for its DLC, you will have to have the DLC that the server is running. But, like, all of it's additive that if you don't really have a need to run it, you can just do without. How many levels were there? It was like 50 plus, right? It's something ridiculous like that. It took us forever to build the temple. We did build it. We got the whole thing done, got the achievement and everything. I think there's an achievement. Well, holy crap, that thing took a while. But yeah, is it worth it? That's going to be entirely subjective. Like, here's the way I would phrase it. if I was buying Farm Sim right now, I would recommend buying Farm Sim 25. If you already own Farm Sim 22 and have most of the DLC, then it's a bit more of a discussion to have. I would definitely say this game has been a significant improvement on Farm Sim 22, but I could also see the argument of waiting till it goes on sale or whatever. Like, it's still at the end of the day Farm Sim. Like the biggest thing I think I would miss between Farm Sim 22 and 25 on the 25 end is I would miss the GPS thing, which you can get mods that accomplish that, but you know, not having to mod is nice. And I would miss the rice, because the rice is kind of a cool plant. As far as like the spinach and peas and green beans, they're fine. Like they're not as bad as like the potatoes and all that stuff. But you know, they're nothing that you harvest the spinach, you're like, oh my god, this is amazing. No, it's just driving over it. That said, the spinach is a weird crop in that I believe it's the first crop that you can get more than one harvest per year. Like that's kind of a cool thing, because that doesn't exist out of the existing crops. No more watching Rual zigzag through the fields? Yeah. Well, that was, we had gone really, really far in our Survivor Man challenge in, 22, and I had only finally, reluctantly, relented and got course play. Because it was just, I was having too many fields to manage. And the AI in 22, like, oh, that's another big change. The AI in this one's really good. It's not perfect. You can still occasionally get it caught up on stuff. But, where 22, you'd be like, hey, AI, do the sprayer. And the AI just immediately trips on its laces and goes, okay, job's done. You're like, all right, never mind. The AI in 25 does a really good job. I've only been able to get it properly snagged on stuff like once or twice. Yeah, cars on the road, change lanes, not that one I don't think is that big. Okay, so we can do 3 payments on this. Knock it down to 50,000. That said, what we're doing right now is dare drops to earn keys to give out. So if I complete these objectives over here, by the time I finish all the objectives, I will have 7 full copies of Farm Sim 25, plus the Nexat DLC to give out. And I'll have 1 copy of the McDon DLC and 1 copy of that Gold Harvester to give out. That's not happening today, by the way. Like, we might achieve some of the objectives today. There's literally nothing on sale. We might achieve some of the objectives today, but as far as, like, actually having the keys, the way it works is I clip when I take an objective, I submit it, and usually within 1 to 3 days, they get back with me being like, yeah, it's approved, here's your key. Alright, so let's change that. Because it is egg sale time. Alright, so where is the best price for our eggs right now? That's the other map. So it's the bakery or the farmer's market. They have the same price. That's fine. The farmer's market's right over here. And yeah, we did use the autoloader mod because I don't want to play Forklift Simulator for hours and hours. Alright, Luxray, you take it easy. I'll see you in that future where you have internet again. I can imagine you're super excited, because every time I've done without internet for any length of time, getting it back is like, I'm back in the world. I can communicate with people. I can be part of it again. You just, like, it's one thing when you're on, like, a vacation. To be clear, like, if you're taking, like, a week-long vacation, 2-week vacation, whatever, and you don't have internet, that can feel fine. Like, you can feel a little disconnected at times, but that doesn't feel bad. But, like, when your internet's just down, like, you're at home and your internet's just offline, that's rough. Okay. So we can pop over here to the farmer's market and sell our 18,000 liters of eggs. For $47,000. That is a considerable increase in revenue versus the 10-ish thousand of egg, or 10-ish thousand, well, 10 to 12,000 of barley we were doing. Which, to be fair, I did have to supplement it by about another 2,000 worth of wheat. The other thing, how much society has changed just because the internet exists. You can talk to literally anyone around the world at any time. Yep. Yep, it has had a very dramatic change in so much of how a lot of things work. And people try to present it as strictly good or bad. I think there are pros and cons, certainly. I do think it's better that we can communicate with each other. And in a lot of ways, it's made the world a smaller place. But there's also definitely pain points that come with it as well. Alright. Meanwhile, is there any really amazing contracts today? I assume not, right? No. So let's go grab our barley real fast from the silo. Not quite lined up right. And get it to our chickens. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to stream. Okay. So I got 7,000 liters of barley. Keep our chickens topped off as best we can. I mean, honestly, even not even getting into the internet, being able to communicate with the whole world, just stuff like cell phones. You know, GPS, just having that kind of access in your pocket. Like, I remember, like, beforehand having to have someone tell you how to get places, so you'd have, like, a paper map, and then you had to just kind of be like, it'd be like, oh, yeah, turn left at the yellow church, and you wouldn't see a yellow church, and then it'd be like, oh, yeah, never mind, I'm sorry, they repainted it last year, now it's a blue church. Or it's like, oh, no, I'm sorry, it was the second yellow church. Understandable. And there's no calling them, you didn't have cell phones and all that stuff. And all that kind of stuff, and it could be a thing that you drive half across the city to go meet up with someone. They gave you bad directions, and you end up driving back because you can't communicate with them, and that was just the way it was. There was just nothing there. Let's see. You make the left of the White's hardware store. Well, it hasn't been called that since the 90s, but you know where it is. No, I don't, Dave. I don't know where this place is. I don't live here. That's what I'm trying to explain. And then things got a little bit better when we got MapQuest, where you could print out a map that gave you step-by-step directions using road names, which was so much better. But you have that, like, once in a while, where it'd be like, turn left over onto, you know, Church Street or whatever, and you'd see where it used to clearly be a bridge there, but they're redoing the retention ditch, and the bridge is gone, and you're staring at your map and MapQuest going, crap. And so you have to, like, figure out your way to get around to, like, get back onto your route. Because now your directions are very incomplete, because the road's gone. Alright. Oh, there's still 13,000 in sorghum in there, too. Yeah, we'll be good. I forgot we got all that sorghum from the field when we bought it. Yeah, so our chickens are going to be happy. Alright, so with that, we are doing fine on you. No contracts I'm excited about. We have no debt anymore, and no sales we care about, so we're just going to go ahead and run up over here. And advance a month. So it's June is when we harvest all of that barley. And always, it's in the shopping center that Heckings used to be in. Oh yeah. Where it's like, it's by the place that used to be a Pizza Hut, and you're like, I don't know this town. I don't know what used to be a Pizza Hut. You're gonna need to walk me through this a little bit more specifically. I don't know where the Pizza Hut used to be here. I'm new. Have you used Microsoft Streets and Trips back in the day? I'm not familiar with that product. So no. I do remember I was one of the first people of my like group of friends to get a GPS. I remember I got a really good deal on it. I couldn't tell you what it was. But like it was the GPS you'd put in your car and like stick to it, and then you like fold out the antenna. So that it could get line of sight, and if you went into a cave, your GPS just dropped off. Or like if you pulled into a parking structure, the GPS just dropped off. It's weird Google Maps type software that ran a laptop and UPS GPS. No, I didn't have anything like that. All right, so you're all good. Does it say you already have like 3,000 something liters of eggs? That through your besties area refers to gas stations. By to me, restaurant indoor part. A plus dandy. Whereas you refer to gas station, refer to like the Sinaco BP. Yup. For us, it was always, they would tell you how long. No, I want to change that to only full stacks. Like, oh yeah, you go 10 minutes up the road, and then you turn left at the blue gas station. It was always like time, color of building, and which direction. And even before like MapQuest, I'm like, no, give me a street name. Give me a street name so that way if I gotta unfold my stupid paper map here, I can look at the paper map and be like, ah, Charles Drive. I can find Charles Drive in the map. Do you know what I can't find? The pink gas station. The map doesn't say the pink gas station. I used to get so frustrated with people. And you know, they'd be like, well, I don't know what the street name is. I'm like, fine, I understand. Like, that I understand. And you get it. That's the way people figure out directions, is they come up with landmarks for themselves and they use the landmarks. That's how people work. They'd be like, oh yeah, make a left at the plus after the church. Completely missing what the Sinaco? Yeah. Yeah, I don't miss those days. Versus nowadays, like, if someone gives you bad directions, you just pull out your phone and be like, okay. That's always one of the things. Like, nowadays, like, don't tell me directions. Don't give me this. They'll be like, oh, no, it's so easy. It's like, no, I don't want to hear it. Give me the street address of where I'm going. That's all I want. I don't want your directions. I don't want any of these other things. Just give me the street address of where we're going. I don't want any of the other crap. Because all that's going to happen is you're going to have one direction wrong, and I'm not going to get there, and I'm going to be really irked about it, and it's going to be a whole thing. Just give me the street addressing. That you don't want to try to interpret your directions. Give me the address and let the computer find it. Exactly. Because also those things, like I said, there's times they'd be like, oh yeah, you just take Holder Road over there. No problem. Holder Road, no problem. And you pull on it says detour. Holder Road is closed down for repaving. You're like, well, I'm 2 steps in these directions and I have no idea where I'm going. Because I didn't have a contingency plan of, well, what to do if the main road on the route is closed. That wasn't in the contingency plan. It also doesn't help with like really bad accident traffic kind of thing that you can use your GPS to work your way around the accident. But if you have only the one set of directions, that gets real dicey. I still run into that. Not as much nowadays, but I still would run into that occasionally with like my parents like, oh yeah, you just take this. It's like, that's not what I asked for. I asked for an address. Well, no, it's just 1 block over. It's like, I don't want 1 block over. Just give me address. They're good about it nowadays, but there's definitely like a middle ground there where it was taking some work to be like, no, I'm being specific with my language here. With intent. That's actually not a bad contract, but I'm going to skip it. We're just trying to catch the sales and working our way over to... Alright, you're going to need water soon. Okay, so you look like you've just reached the point where you've run out of seed. So reposition the... We're going to get the sorghum. We're going to load it up in here. And start feeding the chickens the sorghum. Yeah, what part of the give you the address do you understand? I also had friends who did that. Like friends who, you know, grew up with me in the 90s. And like as time got on, like all of them got better. But there was definitely that middle thing where it's like, oh yeah, it's just next to this. Like that's not... I didn't ask you that because I want directions from you. I asked you that for when your directions inevitably have some mistake because we're all human. Like that I have a plan B versus driving my whole way home or trying... Because I can't walk up to the person at the counter in the gas station and be like, hey, can you tell me where Terry's house is? I'm looking for Terry's house. It doesn't work. Like, it's one thing is like, hey, can you tell me where, like... I'm trying to think of an example. Like, can you tell me where this arcade or bowling alley is? That I can do. The gas station can probably help me out with that. Depends on how tall this, how small the town is. I mean, sure. But one hopes I don't get lost in a town that's like 200 people. Like that's small enough. There's not a whole lot of room to get lost in. I mean, of course, you actually do have those rural towns where the houses are so far spread out that it can also be a thing. Automod jumped on that one. Yeah, no, that's the other thing. You do actually have some people who are extremely well known in their town, so it's like, oh yeah, I know where Terry's house is. Whether it's they're well known for infamy or well known for, you know, like, oh yeah, there's something. Yeah, no, you're all good. Automod just jumping on it. Yeah, no, there's definitely those people's like, Terry? Terry's a jerk. Yeah, he's over there. Screw Terry. What do you want with him? Like, oh no, man. I don't want any trouble here. He hired me to do a thing. I didn't realize he... Like, do I have to worry about him actually following up with payment? But also in mining towns, there are streets that are like A through G, one where I genuinely... There's not... So, like, in Central Florida, a lot of our towns are very old. Like, minus the very touristy ones. I mean, even the touristy ones. A lot of them are very old where, you know, cars weren't an original concern for them. We have a bunch of new ones, too. That's not fair of me. But, like, the old towns can be really tricky to navigate because they'll be like, what's this one? This is the old Dixie Highway. Here's a hint. Every freaking town has an old Dixie Highway in Florida. There wasn't an old Dixie Highway in all those towns. But they'll have, like, an old Dixie Highway, and it'll be this highway that winds around like this, going, like, around lakes, and just... It takes turns that you don't know why. It was probably swamp at that point. They were just going across the sandbars and clay bars and all that. It'll be this, like, windy road that'll, like, bisect the whole town. And that, for at least a few blocks, everything will kind of, sort of-ish follow that, like, twisty, windy road. And then you'll have, like, this is US 1. This is like a major highway that got put in 60 years later. What's it? Sorry, my apologies. What's it do? It goes in a straight line. A straight line right through town. And, you know, somewhere like 30 miles out of town, it'll ever so slightly pivot to align with the next town. But it'll be like a nice straight shot. And all of the blocks off of that will be grids, where it's like, okay, it goes in, you know, 40 feet or whatever. And that'll be like the next road behind there. That'll be like your feeder road or whatever, and you'll go like one more back. And then somewhere in between, that windy weirdness from the highway meets up with the grid, and all hell breaks loose. And no intersection even remotely aligns to any of it. And when you get into like a lot of those old towns, it's just straight up spaghetti because, again, cars weren't a thing. These were like walking paths, you know, horse-drawn carriages were on them, that kind of thing. Like, cars came in later. And so it'll just be this absolute disaster of organization so far as, like, you just have to know the roads. And then you'll go in later, like, these really, really way after the fact built towns. Like, I'm nowhere near it, but there's a city called Deltona. The whole thing's a grid. It's like someone just went right up here, drug across, had, like, an equally sectioned out grid, and maybe they'll take, like, one set of 4 blocks and, like, make that into a shopping center as opposed to houses. But the whole thing was basically a grid. And it's always nice when you hit one of those towns, like, what's this one? This is 1st Street. Do you know what street comes after it? 2nd Street. Do you know what street comes after that? 3rd Street.
Thank you, Monbai, for subscribing for 11 months.
And thank you, Mohan, right, for the tier 1 sub. I really do appreciate it. And another 10 minutes on the clock. You had a local business where someone... We had, the little town I grew up in, there was a fairly infamous... Well, actually, there's 2 fairly infamous bars. 3, man, my town had a lot of infamous bars. All right, well, we had the first infamous bar, which was like the thing I was going to actually talk about, which constantly was getting shut down. That it would open up, it'd be around for a couple of months, and then it would get shut down because of business practices in the back of the bar of the illicit and controlled substances variety. And it would get shut down for like a year, and it would open right back up, and a couple months later it just gets shut down again, and it kept happening, even through multiple owners and everything. It was really weird, and that bar was a bit of a hole. Surprisingly, actually, in like a relatively nice part of town, but it was like the one like vacuum of bad things happened there. We also had a bar that was a bit outside of the town I grew up, which eventually got closed because it burned down. But inside the building of the bar, it had a hog pit. So like they actually had like the bar's pet, which is like this big boar. It is amazing that place did not get constant health inspection violations. Because like ignoring the fact that there was a full adult hog in the place, whatever. It was definitely one of those places you walked in and you're like, man, they have not washed the floors in this place since the inception of the idea of this bar. You have 2 streets between 1st and 2nd and 3rd Street. It's only 3rd Street a few blocks, and then 9th. Yeah, that stuff happens. It was an interesting place. Like that one, it was like, okay, like don't get me wrong, the building was a disaster. If they didn't serve food, but if they did, I would not trust it. It was definitely one of those ones that like, hey, we're starting to serve barbecue. Nope, couldn't pay me. That is straight up food poisoning happening. For a bar, yeah, I'll drink a beer here. That one got dicey though, because that's one of those places that some nights people come to drink and some nights people come to fight. And you never know what kind of night it is going into it. So that was definitely not one I frequented very much. I went there a couple of times, but the number of times that people got into pretty out of control brawls in there was way more than my taste. There's a pub like that, Rural here, didn't have doors, only saloon flaps, so the animals would walk under, chicken, sheep, and bar. Yeah, this is kind of along that line. Not the chickens and all that, but they did have the hog. It was in a pen, though. It wasn't dirt floors, but like I think there were hardwood floors that just succumbed to what had been dumped on them. But it sure felt like dirt floors sometimes. We had an Irish pub that was really good. I frequented the Irish pub a lot not growing up, like in my early 20s. Because that was just, there was not a whole lot to do in that town for young people. And even less when the roller skating ring burned down for the 2nd time. And then one of the bowling alleys got closed by a hurricane. And the other bowling alley, it was okay. Oh, and our movie theater that was pretty bad. That if you wanted to see a movie, it was just what you do is you get in your car, you choose a direction, and you drive 30 minutes to go to a different town because no one wanted to go to the local movie theater. It was cheap, but it was one of those movie theaters you'd walk in and every step was because your feet would just stick to the floor. The seats were falling apart. It was not a great movie theater. Still no luck on the sales. Let's see, nobody cared. Please however turn up, have a drink. As long as both people consented to a fight. Yeah, I mean, that was true most of the time. Like, sometimes it got out of control where, like, the police got involved. But yeah, that was the whole thing. It was just, the attitude was just go there and get into fist fights, and it's just like, yeah, it's not what I want. Those decent wood floors the place. The actual dirt was bigger town, otherwise reasonable. Nicknamed it the Flying Jar Tavern because of people throwing glassware. Not my kind of scene. Different life, that'd be good. Alright. If both people managed to get an equal number of licks in, it was a draw. Yeah, I was fortunate. I was never one who felt the need to settle thing with fist fights. I always, like, for a lot of people, it was just venting steam kind of thing. I usually saw that as people who didn't really have a lot of control in their lives. It was a way to feel like they had some control, which, you know, I can respect that. But also, I have zero desire to get into a fist fight. Alright, so because I remember growing up with Doug and listening to them being like, you show me a man that turns to violence, I'll show you a man who's run out of ideas. I haven't seen that show in probably 25 years. The fact that I can remember that episode, like, so distinctly. And that was like every show. Every show growing up with kids, like, it was all entirely like, yeah, there's a better way than getting into fistfights. What if the idea was violence? I mean, that just means you didn't have another idea in addition to that. The entire episode was basically kind of pushing back on the ideas like, oh, you know, stand up to the bully, you know, slug him in the nose, that kind of thing. Like that mentality. Because here's a hint, a lot of them have been in a lot more fistfights than you probably have. Because I think fistfights were, in small rural towns, were almost a necessity because you couldn't challenge the ownership hierarchy during work hours. But also, the slaves master you around. Yeah. There's definitely a culture around it. Alright, so let's get you going. Oh, wait. It's... Alright. Get the AI worker on it. Yeah, both parties wanted it, though. Yeah, no, that was the thing. From my understanding, most of the time, in that rough and tumble bar I was talking about, most of the time, everyone involved was there looking to brawl. They were effectively using the bar as, like, you know, a no-gloves boxing location kind of thing. That they may not know who they were going to be brawling with today, but everyone involved there kind of knew the type of establishment it was. There was going to be, like, there was a very fair shot there was going to be a fight. And if you're talking like a Friday or Saturday night, like a busy night, there was going to be a fight. The thing is, they did have, like, there was a lot of times it was just between two people looking to fight, and that was fine. But there's a lot of times that things ended up escalating because, you know, people get into a fight, maybe they knock into the wrong person or spill someone's drink or whatever. You know, things escalate from no longer being between like the two people who clearly were like both looking for it, and now it's dragged other people in, that things escalate, which then escalates and then escalates, and that's when the police have to get involved and be like, hey, get out of here, you're closed for the night. You can't behave, and therefore all you have to go home and sober up. Which was mostly true because there wasn't another bar for a long ways in that area. So if you got kicked out of the one bar for the night, the only drinking you were doing is if you had a buddy who was, you know, hosting you, or you were drinking at home. Otherwise, there's a 30-minute drive to go to the next town over to get your booze on. That bar was like where I lived. It wasn't rural. Like so we had the town I was in was a relatively small town, and then you went up one. And that pushed like proper rural, where we had like orange orchards, which were mostly going away in that area when I grew up there, but they were still there, just kind of a lot of them were being left to go to wild. Just the area had too much inclemental weather that a lot of the farmers just cut their losses. Come on, you can do it. Just a hair more and you're free. I can't wait to own that field to the bottom just so I can level this out so it's not this weird fight. But yeah, and then you went north of that, and there was technically a town north of that, but it's one of these towns, it's like, what's the population? 40. You can't see any of the houses. It doesn't actually... No, actually, take that back. It had a gas station. It had a singular gas station as its only lone business in the entire town. Otherwise, it's like purely residential. And then once you went from there, it was basically shoreline and swamp for a good long ways. And then, like, tourist town. Okay, so the next process we're going to need to do... so let's check here. Because we'll need to cultivate this field. Yeah, so we are going to need to do lime. Oh! That was dumb of me. So we're going to need to drop off the sorghum. Because it's harvest day. That's the wrong side. It's harvest day, and I'm gonna need my my trailer here for all the barley. Yep, so we still got about 6,000 liters of sorghum. My hope is that we will find the amount of barley I'm pulling is more than those chickens can eat. So let's see. So yeah, so I only have the sorghum in there. Yeah, no, the town north of that got real wild with bikers, which back in my like 1920s, I was right there with them. Good times. What are you doing right now, Harvester? Nice solid pass. That person definitely knows they're being paid by the hour. Taking off their half-meter pass there. Let's see, there's a bunch of tiny unincorporated areas nearest to you, the population 25 type places, that are side by side. You know, some space between them, but relatively close to each other. Whose names are like Sappho Beaver or whatever. And you see road signs from them and you laugh and you wonder how people named them came up with that. Oh man, oh, I should have done it on this pass. There's a bunch of really fun named towns in different parts of the US. So there is this nothing nowhere, like little unincorporated town of like, again, like 50, 25, whatever people. And I want to say it's in Ohio. It might be like Tennessee. It's somewhere around there. That we used to road trip from Florida up to Ohio to visit my grandmother when she was still around. And one year we just had to stop for gas or whatever. And so we stopped in this little nothing nowhere town called Fancy Gap. And there was two businesses in this town. There was the gas station and like the sketchiest barbecue place ever. One of those places you go up and you're like, I am absolutely getting food poisoning eating here, and or maybe having the best food ever. Really, flip a coin. You might get one, you might get both. Which granted, one thing that was kind of cool about this place is the guy who owned it actually had one of the police cars from the Andy Griffith Show, like the actual physical car there, not like the same year or something, but one of the actual ones. Like that was his big thing, is he had that in front of his business, and all the rest of the stuff in his building was just a bunch of clutter. And then, you know, jars of homemade hot chow chow and totally sketch barbecue, which it was okay. It was not. You know, when you get those hole in the walls, sometimes they're like the best food ever, and sometimes they're kind of dodgy. This definitely leaned towards the dodgy one. But it did become a really bizarre family tradition that every time we went up there, we stopped in Fancy Gap. And every year that barbecue place just got dodgier. You have a cashier. Oh, you're talking Supermarket Simulator? You have a cashier in your place called Chester Changeworthy. Fitting name right there. Yep. You had me at questionable barbecue. Oh yeah, no, you can get like the really hole in the wall places, and you can get some really good food from there. But sometimes you also get really crap food in there. Like there's a place not far from me who does Indian barbecue fusion food. It's really not good. I like Indian food, I like barbecue, but it's really just not good. I don't know how it stays open. It's been there for years. Well, like, you go in there, it's like, on the barbecue scale, pretty bad. On the Indian food scale, also pretty bad. Like, you manage to take the best of two different things and eliminate it, and came up with this is what's left. It was called Glory Hole Recreation Area. Oh, tourists for taking photos with? Jeez. Yeah, no, we went there. The other fun one is visiting family over in like the Washington, Oregon area. There's a bunch of these places that, like, from like the different expeditions going out when we were still figuring out what the heck we even had here in the US, like what the American continent even looked like, because we knew the East Coast, but like the West Coast, we didn't know how far it out was there. We were like still learning that part. And you had like the various expeditions to go out and kind of get an idea of roughly where things. So you would sit there and you start like some of the other things and be like, this is Mount Hope, and this is, you know, this is like Placid, and like all these like really kind of nicer names and all that. And then you start getting towards the end where you start creeping into Oregon, where these poor people have been like walking across this place for like months and months and months, thinking that they're going to have a relatively short expedition of a couple of weeks to a month or two. And they're in this thing like 6-7 months, and there's no sign of the end. And it's like Sadness Valley, Depression Heights and like all these like really, really negative names. And it's fun to go and like look at some of those places like Oregon and see some of these like different locations where they went through and they gave them like all these like really, really negative names and all that because they were just so over the entire thing. Those aren't the literal names if you go to search them up. There's just a lot of these like really clearly you could be like, oh yeah, this person was so past done. Sadness Valley sounds amazing. Low key, Sadness Valley is probably going to be one of those places that like it'll be an absolute paradise, but you know it's kind of the shh, don't tell people, don't ruin it. Whereas you'll have like the, you know, the really nice like Twin Palm Hills or like Oasis, you know, Oasis Valley or whatever, and that'll be like the absolute dumpster of a place that, you know, it has that wonderful name. Or all the ones like out in the middle of nowhere desert, where it'll be like Paradise Docks or whatever, and you're like, Docks? We're in the middle of the desert. But people, you know, they see the picture of a nice looking house and I have like the palm trees and all that, and they'll be like, oh yeah, I'm gonna buy that house. And then you realize it's just sand on all sides of you and it's actually kind of a crappy place. There was lots of that when, you know, we started, like AC became a thing, and so people started properly like moving out in droves into a lot of places that really were pretty inhospitable before that. So around the time that the population here in Florida started to really properly build up, and Arizona and Texas and New Mexico and Utah and all these kind of places started really seeing a surge in population because you could go there and not have to worry about dying of heat stroke in your own home. All right. We are getting... Oh, I didn't mean to turn off the cruise control. Go. Go. We're getting a proper increase in yield, because I want to say the amount we were getting before for a harvest was somewhere in the area of like 12, 14, 16,000 liters. We're only a little over halfway through the field and we're breaking 20,000. So this should be pretty nice. I don't think we're going to hit 30,000, but I can see upper 20s. Which will be really good. That should be more than enough to keep the chickens fed for a year. That we should start to end up with a little bit of a surplus. And then that surplus we can sell it as the actual, like... You know, sell it as barley, or if later on we score a bakery, we can, you know, drop it off at the bakery, and then it becomes bread. We can sell the bread for surplus there. Wouldn't even be a bad idea. How much is the bakery on the map? We're not going to buy that right now. Wait, like, I'd want to wait till we have, like, another field. But the bakery... $150,000. Yeah, so at 150,000. Oh wait, I don't need that. I need the grain mill first. Right. And this map doesn't have a grain mill to start with. That you can buy, that is. There is a grain mill on the map. Right there. But it's not for sale. Because I don't believe it's for sale. It's not listed there, but that doesn't necessarily mean that much. So that's your drop-off point. I'm willing to bet it's probably not for sale. Yeah. Because usually the buildings for sale, if you buy them, you can also delete them. That's fine. Alright, so yeah, so we wouldn't buy the bakery. I'd need to buy a flour mill. turn this into flour, which again would give me roughly 1.5 whatever I put in it. The flour mill, that is. And then you'd buy the bakery, which would then, once again, compounding, give you about 1.5 of whatever flour you put in it. So then if I put $1,000 worth of wheat or barley into the flour mill, I get about $1,500 worth of flour. And if we take it on to the next step, it ends up being like $275 or whatever, $225, whatever. Do the math, I don't feel like it. But you get the idea. It adds a lot to your amount. Because I mean, if you're gonna grabbing like a mil or $100,000 and you're gonna tack on an extra $50,000, that's a pretty big upsell on that. Yeah, so the actual problem I'm having with this doesn't even seem to be the capabilities of the truck. It seems just getting stuck in high gear. And then it can't pull, versus when it's in low gear, it does fine. In the meantime, we already know we're going to cultivate this. We don't want to start it yet, not till the harvester's done. So we don't accidentally have the cultivator cross over our crops and destroy a bunch of money's worth of crops. We are going to want to spend a decent amount of money, because we're going to need to put down lime. And then we will put down the seeds, and then we'll need to put down the fertilizer. Which the fertilizer will actually happen in-game next day. So in the meantime... So let's check our tractor again. So which tractor do I have? So I have... I have no idea which one I have. The tractor we have is... You. 230 horsepower. Okay. 230 horsepower. I thought I had way less horsepower. Okay, so we want a seeder. We can go up to 230 horsepower. I mostly just care about width here, and that it does fertilizer, and that is one pass. So you're 4.6. I can't do that one. We don't have quite that much power. This one we could probably get away with, because it is slightly over our horsepower, but just slightly. You're not. Interesting, that's so much lower. But that one doesn't fertilize. It's got a huge size to it at 12 meters, and I can handle that. Okay, that's interesting. So this one I could do the field, and we'd be fine with that, and it's much, 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 much bigger, but it would need to do an additional pass to do the fertilizer next. I think we go with this one, that's the 6 meters, so twice as many passes. It's right on the fence of what we can handle, but it will be less passes. Do I care about the tire roller? I don't feel like I do. Nor do I care about the ridge marker. That's different tank setups. Okay, we're not buying this. I'm just leasing it. It's going to cost us more than we have the previous years, but we should be able to handle that. Yeah, so it's going to cost us like an extra $2,000 compared to what the other one did. I don't worry about that right now. But yeah, so that's costing us a decent amount to lease that. But with that, it should take us way less time to do the work to get on with it. And the other one, we did get to the point where it's basically gonna have to do multiple passes with all this stuff. Okay, we'll do one more pickup on this. And then with that, the harvester will be done. And we can get the cultivator going to get that field prepped. But yeah, so the good news is we're making really good money on those eggs that we were making 45,000 a year from the egg sale as opposed to like 10, 12,000. And then this I should have spare goods that will go a long way that I could then sell them. And use that for bonus income on top of what we already got. Let's see, is there a case for upgrading a tractor if you get it for a discount to use wider attachments? There is normally. Right now, with what I'm trying to do for the dare drop, I really want to go for the Nexat, because what I would probably do is wait till we have one of the tractors that would cost somewhere in the area of like $280,000, $300,000, like really go for kind of our end game tractor, and then try and pick up one of those on sale. But the Nexat's kind of taking that place. The difference is, instead of scoring it for like, you know, a $300,000 tractor for 150 or 200, instead we're looking at scoring a $600,000 tractor for like 300. Which I'll take out loans to do it if we get that opportunity. But normally, if we weren't trying to do dare drops, I would absolutely be doing that. Because we've had a couple opportunities to do that already. But because I need to buy this, like, abomination of a thing, if I go and I buy that tractor and it sets me back 150,000, yada yada, that sets me back that much on getting the thing I actually need to do for the dare drop. Because that's actually not a bad tractor. 240 horsepower. I could probably get a bigger cultivator on there. Which might even be worth considering. But then again, it still boils down to I physically have to buy a specific thing for the dare drop. And every time I'm spending money on equipment that is going to be replaced by that thing I need to buy, that's just delaying me buying it. So there's certainly an argument to be made, well, I'll make money faster, but also then I will need more money. And where the difference happens is certainly a whole thing. Alright, get you out of the way over here. I keep just wanting it to show up there. I'm trying to actualize that dream. Alright, so meanwhile, let's go here for the sorghum. Fill this up with the sorghum again. Because we'll keep the chickens eating the sorghum for now. Hey, Jahakala. Thank you so much for the 3 stream streak. I appreciate it. So get you into position. Oh, you're probably like full, aren't you? Okay, you're fine. Okay, we can check so the animals are good. Our water is topped off. So let's get in position to keep collecting the eggs. That's honestly interesting that with the wheat and all that, you could in theory just plunk down like 3 or 4 chicken coops and make some serious cash so far as the eggs go. Yep, so you're working on that. You're good here. Alright, so let's go check on the Brendel there. I'm going to need to put down lime on the field once we're done cultivating. Oh, is there any other fields to be harvested worth doing? No. The answer is no. We're already using that tractor, so don't want to deal with any of those. That's fine. So you check the Brendel, see what its capacity is, and we'll probably buy enough lime to just fill it up. Because if we have spare, I mean, that's not that big a deal. We're going to use it. Lime's not super expensive. That doesn't tell me your capacity. All right. We will check it the other way. So we can go here, go to the fertilizer spreaders. We have the Brendel here. And so the Brendel is 9,000 liters base. Okay. So let's go to consumables, lime. You're 2,000 a package for 9,000 liters. That's 5. Yes. Because then we'd have 1,000 liters left over. Alright, and we're also getting to the point that I don't need to sweat nearly as much about doing the work myself versus letting the AI cruise around and do it. Earlier on, the workers just cut so much into your money that you want to be really careful about it. But as you get better equipment that's larger and all that, we can do that. Let's also check, if we were to upgrade our cultivator, what are we talking here? So we have 230 horsepower. Alright, so the one I have... Which one do I have on here? Yeah, the red one that folds out like that. I think I have that one. We can check. We don't have to think. Yeah, you got the... So you're 7.5 meters wide. So we do have that one. That one is way more horsepower than we can handle. That's like right on the limit. So unfortunately, it does look like, unless we get a bigger tractor, we're not cultivating faster. We still are like leasing the cedar. The Brendel is physically the only thing that can put down the lime. What we could actually do is we can take the Brendel over to the garage, and we can actually get it the wider spray pattern. And that'll reduce the amount of work we need to do on that. And I'll need the Brendel no matter what. It's the only vehicle that can put down lime in the game, if I'm not mistaken. So that'll be a good one. Meanwhile, while the tractor's going, I'm going to mute the mic for just a minute here. I'm going to eat some of this food I got set in front of me. And we'll just keep things going. So I'll be right back. Alright. Just need to get a little bit of that food eaten. Yeah, so you'll notice when we're cultivating this time, the last time we came through, we had that big dark stripe down the middle where we had plowed instead of cultivated. Then we followed up by cultivating it. This time it's gone. There is a mechanic you can enable that requires you to plow the field every so many harvests or whatever. Or I think it might be certain crops. Which is fine. It seems like they turned that off by default, or maybe it got turned off and I just totally forgot about it at some point. It's kind of funny because I used to always plow the fields because it was just like, alright, I can plow the field, and then I just don't even, like, weeds are just basically not a mechanic if you plow the field. It's one of its main advantages. But, the cultivators are so much faster later on. And the plows really suck at turning and all that, so you run into lots of problems lining everything up. You have to do a lot more finagling around the outside of your field and all that to give you more wiggle room. If you look at it enough, eventually it'll actually give me what I want. Because we sat down and I believe we did the math that for me to buy this, I need to have 155,000 in the bank, and then I can take enough loan to get that. But then to get an attachment with it, I need almost another 200,000. Now, technically, we can lease the attachments and maybe make that work. I'm not going to actually do it. How much would it cost? Let's pretend we're doing the cultivator. How much would it cost me to lease you? 10,000. All right. So with that kind of thing, if we were to look at our contracts, if I were to try and like lease something to make it make sense, it'd be really hard sell to do that. Because like a harvesting contract, some of those can get up to 10,000 each, but if I'm spending 10,000 to lease the thing, to then get paid 10,000, I've wasted my time. But that's okay. Like, once you get the main piece of equipment, getting each individual sub-piece isn't that bad. Because sure, it's 100, 200,000 or whatever. But I'm just going to basically go in, use the one tool to, like, complete its task real quick. And then that tool goes away. And then we can turn around, like, pay down our debt. Once we have enough, we buy the next piece. And each piece we get makes more contracts available, makes it so I can get more done. It's very impractical. It's definitely a thing that you probably wouldn't want to actually buy until you had yourself, you know, a really large farm. I think it's very much meant to be like a very end game piece of equipment so far as price and what it could do and everything. But hey, it cultivates fast. I remember when we tried it on the first day, it was able to cultivate like 14 something meters wide at 11 miles an hour, which is really hustling for cultivating. A lot of times you can't go nearly that fast. I'm taking over. Alright. Because we don't need to do this much of a hassle about, like, trying to do everything perfectly. Just get on the line, get the next one, get on the line. If we miss a spot, we can just touch it up super fast. Because then, what I'd like to do is we are planning to switch over to two-point museum after a little bit here. Normally I would have already switched over by now, but what I'm planning on doing is just getting this field sorted. So the reason we're going a little bit longer than I normally would for the split is just, I don't like leaving tasks half finished. I'll just forget what I was working on kind of thing. So instead, I'm just like, alright, we'll just wrap up setting up this field. You know, that way it'll be good for, like, the next harvest. And things will be in pretty good shape there. And we can get all that sorted out. We'll get the, yeah, so I have to lime it, we have to spray it. Or sorry, we have to lime it, we have to seed the field, and after the seed, and then we have to hoe it. Which the hoeing is, like, really fast, the liming is really fast, the seeding is the only other process that's going to take us a little while. We did get a much bigger seeder this time than we have been using. It's like 1.5 times the size or so. Which should help that a bit. And then with that all sorted out, that'll be like where we would then advance the next day, which is when I need to fertilize and yada yada. So that'll be a good place to cut at that point. But yeah, so nevertheless, it is looking like it's going to be another really productive day in that we have gone and gotten ourselves even more land. I believe our debt's paid off. Yeah, our debt's fully paid off. And we are making about 45,000 each year from the eggs alone, and now we should have a surplus of barley to also sell on top of that, for however much we'll get for that. So that's good news. And then on top of that, we're getting the roughly $5,000 or $6,000 every single day from the greenhouses. So that ends up being pretty close to 100,000 per year, if I'm not mistaken on my quick napkin math. And that's not counting any good contracts we come by that we knock out really quick. I do think we get the next ad, and the first thing I add is the cultivator. I think that'll be the first header. It's a relatively inexpensive header. We get a decent number of cultivator contracts we can go through super fast. I need the cultivator for doing the field here. It would then let me sell back this cultivator, which won't give me that much money. But, you know, that replaces one of the tools. And then after that, the seeder would probably be next. And then, you know, the harvester. Then the sprayer. You get the idea. We just go through them all, one by one by one. Likely in there, I will be picking up an extra field or two. Let's see, do any of the greenhouses have something that chickens will eat? No. So, the game is pretty limited on what goes where. So the chickens only eat wheat, sorghum, and barley in this game. And those can only be grown in fields. Whereas the greenhouses grow stuff like lettuce, cabbage, strawberries, onions, garlic, that kind of stuff. So there is no overlap there. I actually don't think... Well, the pigs probably eat some stuff from the greenhouses, but other than the pigs, I don't think any of the animals can eat greenhouse stuff. Almost all of it is either grains, veggies, or grass. in a lot of ways, the greenhouse in this game is no different than, like, any of the other buildings where it's you input one thing and you get out the other thing. Your chickens agree with the wheat being good, but they would very much miss the black soldier live fly larva if you put them in this game. They go nuts for dried worms? Gotcha. But yeah, no, the greenhouses are one of the things that I hope in a future version of Farm Sim that things kind of change with the greenhouses. Like I would love for one of the crops to get is like field grown strawberries or field grown onions. Those would be a very fun crop to do where they put like the big ridges they make and then they grow the stuff on the top of the ridge. They usually like plastic wrap the ridge kind of thing. Those could be fun. The thing I actually would want the most of a crop though is like proper orchards. So not what we've got right now, which is the grape and olive orchards, which are more like a vine kind of orchard, but like genuinely having like giant pecan, walnut, whatever trees and all that kind of thing. All right, so let's take you over here. We're going to drop out the solid fertilizer you've got in here. We're going to upgrade the spreader part of this because that only cost me like 5,000 or whatever it is. And we want to put all the lime in it. And that'll make this go much faster. Okay. So repair you. Repair you. I customize you. And not worried about the extension there yet, but this, the 6-meter extension I would like. Cool. Yeah, so what we've done is we've doubled the range that this can throw whatever's in there. And I'm going to fill it up with lime. And it should be able to do that whole field in like just 2-3 passes. It'll be a little less efficient on the fuel because I'm going to, or the lime and fertilizer, because there's going to be more of a overlap off of what's going off the side of the field. But that's fine. I just need to fill this thing up real fast. About $2,000 worth of lime laying there. So we should have an even better harvest this time than last time, because the last time, all that new area I had plowed and purchased, it needed lime, but I didn't lime it because my existing field didn't need to be relimed. And I just didn't feel like having the field be like half needs lime, half doesn't. So now I got it also to be lined up to need lime at the same time. All right. I remember in Farm Sim 22, you always want to do this kind of stuff with the AI because they would have it at such a high level of precision that they would waste like the minimum amount necessary. Whereas just as a human being, your ability to get that precise was just really unlikely. So we're liming the field, which for those who don't know what the purpose of liming a field is, it's to mess with the acidity of the field. over time, as you grow crops, it'll affect the acidity. And lime is designed to help improve it. Because they can do that, and then also do stuff like, if you need to make it more acidic, for example, you'd put down, I believe it's citric. They have like a citric acid mixture you put down. And we'll get the overlap here. That's what's getting wasted. But it's whether you need to make like the soil more basic or more acidic, pH-wise. Most of the time you're just adding a little bit to make it slightly more basic kind of thing with the lime. There's not many plants that you really want to make it more acidic. They do exist, though. I think in my entire time growing stuff, I only had one plant I ever had to make the soil it was in more acidic to accommodate it. It also depends a lot on like what you're using for fertilizer and all that can mess with the pH as well. Alright. So as you can see, you go through a lot of lime really fast, but it's at least not very expensive. This whole process will probably end up costing me like $600–700 worth of lime. And then all we have left after this is seeding the field and then hoeing the field, which like the hoeing the field just goes really fast. Because you can do it at like, it's something like 14 miles per hour. It just cruises up and down. You don't have to worry about like activating and deactivating anything. You normally have to lime because nitrogen fertilization, even effluents or decomposing plants. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, so much will contribute to the acidity of stuff, and very little detracts from it. See, they forage a lot. They also get a layer of pellets, some wheat, and some larvae each day. My friends ask you how chickens so productive. Like, they're fat, happy chickens. Yep. Happy animals are good producing animals. There's a reason why when you go to the dairy farms and you look at, like, the quality of life a good dairy farm that's a high-producing dairy farm per cattle has for them, where the cows are, like, super-duper, like, they're in, like, these very heavily temperature-regulated rooms. They've got what's the equivalent of, like, water beds. And they're, like, rewarded with all sorts of treats, and they have these things that, like, massage them. It's, like, this whole big thing is because, like, yeah, nope, happy cow produces way more milk than an unhappy cow. So you want to keep that cow happy. Whereas beef cattle can live some pretty miserable existence, unfortunately. There's a lot of beef farms I've seen over the years that they're pretty sad. Like, obviously, you know, there's the sad of how you're going to be treating the animal in the end, like what you're going to do with it, but I'm literally eating beef right now, so I don't have, like, a moral problem or whatever. You can be needlessly cruel and inhumane, and that's a problem. But it's just one of those things that you go to some of those farms, you're like, man, these are some real sad animals here. But again, not the same with like dairy farms. Dairy farms, like those animals are really well taken care of. Like a lot of times, like, man, this cow's got it better than I do. It's a whole thing. Yeah, I have no idea about like sheep and quality of life and wool production or anything like that. I haven't heard a lot around that one. Like, it could be a thing. I genuinely just don't know. I do know dairy cattle, like, very genuinely. It's supposed to be very, very significant production differences if you know the animal's extremely well taken care of or not. Alright. So we're done with the lime for right now. And now I just need to... I just realized, I don't need to do all this right now. Wait, do I do this? No, I plant in September, right? Oh, that sucks. Because I already paid the lease on that thing. And there's not another one I can plant here that's worth planting. The weed and all that's not... Well, that sucks. Alright, well, let's return that lease that I wasted like 4,000 bucks on. It's not the end of the world, but that definitely hurts our margins. On the other hand, that field's ready. Alright, anything else we gotta worry about here? So, we harvested, we did all that stuff, everyone's topped off. We'll advance the day one, and then we'll save, and then we'll get switched over to 2 point. Actually playing in water trees, except a Rual, and many of the feeding requirements, the prize-winning fleece, are problematic. Increasing growth rates also requires keeping animals unreasonably cold. Yeah. That is a thing that happens with certain stuff. That very genuinely the way to get the most production can be pretty awful. I mean, there's oat today, but not super worried about that. Alright, let's not I'm gonna just autopilot right into it through another day. Okay, so what's gonna happen here is we're gonna go ahead and save this. With all that said, what's going to end up happening here is on the Twitch side, we're just gonna be switching games and all that. YouTube side, the stream is gonna go down for you for a couple of minutes. It's just a thing that YouTube, if I switch the category midstream, it screws up the whole videos and all that. YouTube doesn't like it. It really negatively affects a lot of things on the YouTube side. So it just means anytime I switch games midstream, I gotta drop the stream and start it over. It really kills my viewership on that side, but go yell at YouTube. Which, for the record, I think they're working on it. They have a whole new thing they're adding to YouTube where you're supposed to be able to, like, put up, like, an away screen in between and all that for the flip over. I'm also noticing that we're under the ground and waiting for the game to, like, finish unloading to the entry screen. We already saved, so that part's fine. Meanwhile, while that's all broken... Alright, YouTube, I'll catch you in a couple minutes. See you in a little bit. Over here on Twitch, don't go anywhere. We're switching our game categories real fast. It's going to just take me a minute. Because I don't know what's really going on.